All right, all right, all right. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You know I wouldn't leave you for long. What's up? Chat, sex negative feminism's reactionary and you shouldn't buy into it. True. Guys, the Korean 4B movement is terrible. You know that, right? It's the same reason why political lesbianism failed in America. Like, it achieved nothing. How much has the 4B movement done for Korea? Like, they're still as, like, nothing has improved. It doesn't work. Um, Look, okay, I think that women should, like, in their personal lives, be very careful about association with men, because statistically speaking, there's a very good chance any individual guy that you've met um, is a piece of shit. No, but it feels good. No, it doesn't. Also, by the way, I'm really sorry. Ooh, am I opening with the hot takes? I think the 4B movement is sexist, and so is political lesbianism, because both of them operate on the delusional assumption that women's libido are low enough that rationality and political interest for a group would overwhelm individual interest for love, romance, or sex. Are you insane? Do you have any idea how strong the sex, romance, like the partner drive is in human beings? Most human beings? I genuinely feel like it's born from the idea that like men like sex and women endure sex, and for that reason, like women withholding sex is like, oh, they're fine, you know? Dude, most chicks would go fucking crazy without sex. Same with most guys. Like that's just how it is. Like, but not only sex, but like romance, interpersonal relationships, not really low. Yeah, really low. Yeah, it's literally like one of the most inbuilt drives. Like, it's insane. That's why, yeah, it's why so many of the fucking political lesbians ended up marrying gay men, like Dworkin. I think the 4B movement's the right response to the result of the election coming from. It doesn't matter whether or not you think it's rightful. Like, it doesn't work and it's stupid. Also, they're sex negative and reactionary in turfs, you know? Like, hating men isn't revolutionary. They were doing that shit 4,000 years ago, okay? Trust me. It's not feminist. It's just like, it's literally MGTOW, but the other way around. Has MGTOW done anything for men? Why don't we engage in like a sensible version of this rhetoric? Why don't we just say something like, I don't know, if you have a boyfriend or husband who actively wants to take your rights away, maybe don't be in a relationship with them? Like, that's fine, right? I forego what MGTOW is. Men going their own way. Again, this isn't even like a defending men kind of thing. It's literally just like, this doesn't work, and it always turns out poorly. You're not wrong with misogyny is insane Korea. Yeah, and has the 4B movement fixed it? Excuse me. I have a great idea. I think that separating men and women, like socially, is the best way to address misogyny. Let's take a look at societies that separate men and women. Saudi Arabia, how are things going over there? You think it's a joke? I'm not joking. You like literally the thing that like makes people not hate each other is familiarity, engaging with one another. Like we see this with different races in like inner cities, where the most racist people in the world live out in the sticks and never meet the color skin that they hate, you know? And then if you're in the city where you're around black and Asian, Hispanic people or whatever, like it doesn't, it statistically speaking, it bleeds away, you know? You think that like meant like women practicing like a nationwide 4B, like that's going to fix anything? Absolutely not. Unfortunately, the main contribution of the 4B of the 4B movement was them unifying to deny a trans woman from a women's college. Anyone who's surprised that the 4B movement is transphobic has like the political instincts of a rodent. Obviously, you kidding me? The literal like radfem men are inherently biologically evil movement that practices like insane social abstinence and reactionary thinking, like that would be transphobic. Like obviously. So it's just turfs. I'm pretty sure the 4B movement Twitter account literally has hashtag turf in their bio. Let me check. It does? It does? Okay. That rules. There's an official 4B movement Twitter account? No, but it's like one of the large ones. 4B and turfs both come from second wave. Yorp. I did not know. All good, friend. All good, crack pipe Prometheus. Why do people usually say that only sexually frustrated men turn to the right but not the other way? Why don't sexually frustrated women turn to the right? Because women are the gatekeepers of sex. This is like the bell curve thing where low IQ people say that, then medium IQ people say otherwise, and then high IQ people say that. They obviously are. Like, don't be stupid. If women want to have sex, they can have sex. Women don't usually find themselves in positions where they are just incapable of talking to or making like relationships with other people. They have other issues. Femcells aren't real. Femcells aren't people who can't get laid. They're people who don't like the men that God is presenting them. And you know what? Can't blame you. I've been on Grindr. I know what men are like. It's crazy. It's crazy to me that any men get laid, to be honest with you. How is 4B anti-trans? It's just like there's you can literally Google 4B transphobia. Like, the movement is not pro-trans at all. It's anti-trans. They think that trans women are men that are deceiving people with makeup and dresses to try to like rape women in bathrooms. Exact same thing radfems have done over here in the West. For what it's worth, a lot of incels also can get laid. Yeah, but let's not like draw a false comparison here. It is possible, like, there are a lot of men for whom their life is a social void. They talk to no one, they engage with no one. If they talk to people like in public in the street, they get like weird looks. They have nothing and no one. Does this happen to some women? Yeah, but let's not like pretend this isn't a gendered issue. People see men. That's not true. It is true. It's absolutely 100% true, and you will never be able to talk about men's issues in this country without acknowledging that a lot of men, a significant number of men, are in like a black hole socially. Like, they have nothing, no one, and they don't even know how to start. There are women who are like this, but there's a disparity. There's absolutely a disparity. Yeah. Excuse me. I'm sorry, theater creature. Do you think Paul Zigo was right and that Dems are too corporate and weak to beat Trump? Was Paul Zigo the only one saying that? Clearly, the Democrats are too corporate and weak to beat Trump. Yeah. I still think it would be preferable that they had beaten Trump. I've been making this criticism like I've been like a Bernie-crat from the word go, you know? It's completely true. I didn't know whether or not they literally wouldn't be able to beat Trump, only that, you know, better they try. Nice, B. Summers. The second channel deserves love, too. Okay, somebody said Ben Burgess is mad at me. Can somebody remind me what disagreement I have with Ben Burgess? I'm not trying to like do the flex like haha, I am the big YouTuber or whatever. I'm trying to remind myself. I don't have a good memory. Who? Okay, it seems you don't remember either. This wasn't all like orchestrated in an attempt to be mean to him. He just hates you if I recall correctly. It's always like that, isn't it? Okay. Genuinely, what is wrong with this person? Who is that handsome devil? You want to know a little factoid? Here I'm wearing my indigo dyed hemp cotton blend Henley. Right now I'm wearing a black indigo dyed double RL pocket shirt. So indigo will fade to a light blue as it's worn in. This will fade to a charcoal gray. Anyway. I wouldn't be surprised if the median income of the Republican voter was lower than that of the Democrat voter at this point. Not mean, but median. They are the party of the working class because the working class is largely stupid, uneducated, and highly susceptible to propaganda. With this, I'm really sorry. I don't even need to argue this. It's literally true. Like this. It's not even. I'm pretty sure this has like empirically been demonstrated. Wasn't there? Didn't I literally like retweet a chart on this? Like the data supports this. It's not like I'm making the essentialist argument that poor people are naturally dumb. Yeah, look at this. Really, really, really interesting. Democrats are now the party of high education and high income. Just 12 years ago, the inverse was true. And here you see the relative proportion of the population in terms of like high or low income and high or low education. And you can see Harris over here is in the high education, high income graph. And Trump 2024 is here in the low education, low income graph. But it wasn't always like that. Biden was high education, low income. Trump 2016 was low education, high income. Yeah, okay, Vosh, but bad optics. No, it's not. You are actually delusional if you don't think that the like working class on average are less educated and more susceptible to propaganda. Like you are like that is you can move forward if you can't accept shit. Like you're like warping back to the 1600s France, and you're like, I think one of the issues with the current system is that the peasantry are poorly educated. And you're like, no, they're not. You can't say that about the peasantry. Yeah, they're illiterate and they. They get all their sermons in Latin or whatever. Like yeah. It's not, they're not innately low IQ. They're lower income working class. They're less educated. That's how it is. You should start doing all your streams in Latin. True. Anyway, yeah. The Republicans are now objectively the party of the working class. If you look at voter proportion for the people who actually cared to show up, that is like a data, that is a point supported by data. That being said, do keep in mind that, you know, that there's what is it, lies, damn lies, and statisticians lies or something. Do remember that the ultra wealthy are all pro-Trump. Marx has never been proven so right, and Hegel has never been proven so wrong. Ideology means literally nothing. The only thing that matters is class interest to them. This guy, literally, like Brian Johnson, the like super crazy health guru, everyone should learn my lesson to live forever, siding with the party that wants to take away your health care. Because it doesn't matter, it does not matter to him. They believe in nothing. It's not necessarily that they believe in nothing. It's that what they believe is almost always shifted to legitimize the positions that benefit their class interest. You know? Well, Exol, that's the point that I'm making. I don't give a fuck what they think in their heads. People act based on their material interests. A lot of them think based on them, too. Nobody believes they're evil, you know? Their views shift. Is RFK Jr. on steroids? Yes, obviously, and he has been for a long time. Do you think the Dems should legitimately start putting misinformation to spreading misinformation about the right? Nah, not necessary. I don't like lying on a principle, but also the Democrats are leaving so much ground, like, uncovered just by telling the truth. Like, Democrats haven't even come close to maxing out the potential of truth maxing. You know? Not to mention, The Republicans are so bad, you don't even need to lie. All the truthful things about them already sound so bad that they're made up. Donald Trump was best friends with the world's most notorious pedophile. That sounds like something you'd make up to insult someone. Nope. It's true. It's empirically true, and he's going to be our president. Truth nuke emoji win. We really should get that. Hold on. So did Ben Burgess explain why he was so mad about this clip, even though it's like demonstrably empirically correct? This isn't grammatically correct. Why does that look wrong? Could you explain how what I said is incorrect? You know what I would do whenever I would do essays in college? I'm not very good at thinking what I want to say. I'm good at saying what I want to say. So whenever I wanted to write something out, I would say what I wanted to say and then just type that. I can't really write something like quietly. Whenever I was typing, whenever I was typing, I would say what I was typing, and I would try to treat it like I was transcribing my own spoken words. That's insane. I've never heard that before. Explains your career, though. Yeah, I really got into the right profession for me, you know? Don't you get slammed for colloquialisms, then? I had a humanities major. It's not that serious. It was a sociology degree. I'm pretty sure you could dump a bunch of, like, AAVE into your essay, and they would congratulate you on, like, challenging Western white supremacist, you know, linguistic norms, thereby reaffirming the points made in the essay, you know? Yeah, me typing up my essay. And in conclusion, prison vocational programs are a good idea. In addition to their many benefits in reducing recidivism, no cap. Sorry. Why do you say eh? I'm making fun of white people. Man, phrenologists really were cooking, weren't they? You know what I mean. Phrenologists when all of their research is debunked. You guys might not be ready for this, but your grandkids, they're going to love it. And they were right. I do. Probably not grandkids, I guess. Great grandkids. Another problem with the 4B movement conceptually is you guys realize that white women came out as hard for Trump as white men did, right? Like, there was barely any difference. The real like gender gap was Latin men and Latin women, but white men and white women came out for almost the same rate. Honestly, like in terms of your dating life, I would just avoid white people. I know that this is one of the most like, you know, I'm one of the good ones ass statement that you could possibly make, but I will say you can include me in that. That's all right. You could recognize me walking down like Pike Street in Capitol Hill and you could say, "Holy shit, that's Vosh." And then you remember, I'm a white man. And you keep on walking. Did you see the most important issue for swing voters was that Kamala Harris was too pro-trans? Yeah, of course. Reality doesn't matter. Only narrative matters. Republicans crafted a very compelling, very correct feeling narrative about Democrats being too woke and communist and blah, 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 and elitist and so on. And Democrats had basically nothing to push back on. Well, I mean, they didn't. Like, they could have, but they didn't. How do you feel about reporting Trump supporters with undocumented family members to ICE? Wouldn't it be more appropriate to report them if they themselves were the undocumented ones? Like, not to engage in the politics of spite or whatever, but like, I feel like you're kind of roping in. It's kind of like, you know, casualty or with collateral damage, you know? Like step one. If they were undocumented, they couldn't have voted. Yeah, I guess they'd have to be like Trump supporter, but not actually. What about documented Mexican immigrants who voted for Trump? How would you report them to ICE? What would you say? Hey, this guy's Mexican? Actually, that might work. That might actually work pretty soon. That might work. Doesn't Trump want to deport legal immigrants? Yes. But it's going to be a while before he can do that. There's like a descending list of targets that he wants to go after, and it's going to take a while before he starts to go after people like dreamers, legal immigrants. Denaturalization is going to take even longer. At least like in a broad sense. Denaturalizations do happen, but I guess my broad position on this is that there's no reason to vindictively target people like that with behavior like that because it's coming for them anyway. The shadow that looms over this country is going to swallow all of us. It's not like it's not like, you know, you're calling someone out on jaywalking or whatever. Like they're not it if there is like an undocumented immigrant who you know and they're obnoxiously pro-Trump, it's not like they're gonna be fine unless you do something about it, you know? I feel like if you listen, okay, here's what I'll say. Don't call ICE on anyone. Just very basic, like first step here. However, if you see some guy getting dragged, ICE, like I said yesterday, you see some Mexican guy getting dragged away by ICE, and they're dragging him out of his like MAGA flag sticker laden Ford, you know, F-150 with the Trump flags waving off the back, and he's got the MAGA cap on. He's got like the MAGA, and he's saying, "No, no, I'm one of the good ones." Like I'm not saying that that's good morally. I'm saying that if you derive Schadenfreude from that, I'm not blaming you at all. He literally supported all of it. Like, there's no, it's the most, the lions ate my face possible outcome you could imagine, you know? So like, if that happens, and film it if it happens too, because that's going to go like quadruple platinum in the death camps that you are going to be sent to once, you know, it's found out that you posted anti-American propaganda by showing the deportations online. Um, you know, leopards ate my face, not lions ate my face. Yeah. Look at this. It explains part of the Latin vote issue. Cuban.
I myself am Cuban. My whole family is.
Yep. Skin as white as driven snow. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I mean, I'm pretty damn pasty, though she seems to be beating me out.
Immigrants, so you would think, hey, I'm pro-immigrant. He can offend Cubans tomorrow and I wouldn't care. As long as my life is better and my peers are enjoying their life as well.
As a Latino who was born, raised, and still lives in the city of Miami, Florida, that is of no surprise to me whatsoever.
Don't care, didn't ask. 5-minute video. But I get it. She lives in Miami. It takes work to stay that pale. True. Absolutely former slave or descendant. Absolutely, yeah. I feel like people forgot what Gusano means. Everyone got so amped up on calling Destiny one when he objectively isn't in that group that they forgot what the actual meaning of the term is. They're like, oh yeah, that's the synonym for Destiny. That's not what it means, worm. Well, sure, but you wouldn't call like a worm you see in the dirt a Gusano. It was like the anti-communist Castro, you know, refugees who went to America and immediately became fascists, you know? Or were fascists already. Either or, yeah. Would you still love me if I was a Gusano? Yeah. In Spanish, you literally would, yeah. Okay, if you spoke Spanish, I'm talking about the colloquial use of the... I'm talking about the... Guys! Do you like Overwatch? No. Gusanito is cuter? That does sound very cute. Little wormy? Okay, that sounds very cute, yeah. Wait, what are we actually going to talk about this stream? How annoying you are for asking that question, mostly? Be like, that's the main thing. Yeah, I saw Adam Man. What's your opinion on IShowSpeed? I am 30 years old. And I feel like that should answer your question. I have no idea. I have no idea at all. Apparently, he's very fast. I did see that, Vermin. It's pretty funny. What is this? 12 students at Salisbury University in Maryland are facing assault and hate crime charges after they allegedly targeted a man due to his sexual preferences and lured him to an off-campus apartment where they beat him. The students, all men ranging in age from 18 to 12, or sorry, 18 to 21. Thankfully, I guess better than 18 to 12. Well, if they were ranging in age from 18 to 12, maybe the guy they lured to the apartment could have beaten them all up, right? It really depends on how many of them were in the, like, 15 to 12 range, right? Me when I get jumped by a dozen people, but like almost all of them are toddlers. Should come back in 10 years. Average age of 21, it's like 5 12-year-olds, one 92-year-old. What if the 92-year-old is like a seasoned general though? You know? That could be really dangerous. They've got like experience. Police say a man was invited under false pretenses to an apartment at Salisbury where a group of men immediately surrounded him entry, forced him into a chair in the living room, then kicked, punched, and spat at him while calling derogatory names. I have so many things to say about this. First of all, fellas, want to do something really heterosexual? Let's 12 of us wait in an apartment for one grinder date to come in so we can jump him. What the fuck you do? First of all, like, you're at a university. Aren't like half the people there gay? What are you doing? Was gay bashing really that, like that orchestrated of a, like, what are you doing? Also, 12 of you? Get a job. Jesus. One of the men met the victim on the LGBTQ dating app Grindr. We we hate gay people so much that all 12 of us, we just sat together in that apartment. I opened up my phone and started browsing through. We all started browsing through Grindr. We were looking at dicks and buttholes and dicks. And eventually we found a cute twink to invite over, you know, just classic heterosexual gay bashing. Don't use Grindr, folks, Lamau. Actually, I'm not victim blaming the gay guy who got jumped here. However, I will say, you really should meet in a public place before meeting at someone's apartment. Are you insane? Like, this is like literally 101, day one of any kind of online dating. Come on. Again, not blaming him. Grindr is exclusively for hookups. Yeah, and I'm sorry, that's insane. Oh, first of all, it's not exclusively for anything. You can do whatever you want. Second of all, you can still hook up with someone after meeting at like a coffee shop. Then you go back to their place. Like vibe check, you know? Third of all, just because a bunch of men are stupid doesn't mean that that's like a good idea, you know? Have you talked to people on Grindr? They're not exactly playing with a full deck of cards. Open up Grindr, tap from 52-year-old man in like wraparound shades, 8 feet away. Hi, hello, love to talk to you, ... Nice ass. Your bio has no ass pictures in it. You ignore him. 8 minutes later, tap, hey, what's up? Ignore him. 30 minutes later, hey, what's up? Like, these people aren't, they're not playing, they're gooners. They're not playing with a full deck of cards. Yeah, and he has a wife. He's DL, yeah. Q5 ugly as fuck dick pics, yeah. Yeah, love that body of yours. Huh. What's that one tweet? Being gay in the movies, and it's like the two Peaky Blinders ass guys laying next to each other, being gay in real life, and it's a Grindr DM like, hey, want to piss in my mouth in a IKEA bathroom? Nice dog, by the way. Or something. It's not good. Oh, wait, hold on. One of the men met the victim on Grindr, pretended to be 16 years old, set a date to meet up for the purposes of having sexual intercourse, according to a charging document. The legal age consent in Maryland is 16 years old. I didn't know that. That's kind of fucked. So I guess to them, it's like not just gay, it's like a gay pedophile. They're like doing pedo hunting or something. But like not technically pedo legally, but like spiritually. According to the charging document, police reviewed videos. The incident recorded without the victim's consent. Really? Police allege that when the victim entered the apartment and shut the door, one of the students yelled, "Yee yee!" And apparently 15 college-age men appeared from the bedrooms and assaulted him while using a homophobic slur, among other derogatory terms to refer to him. The victim told police that he tried to leave the apartment several times, grabbed multiple people thrown down, broken rib, multiple bruises. Jumped by like 15 guys and only one broken rib? Yeah, one broken rib and some bruises? I guess they were, I mean... Alright. Maybe it really was like 15 babies. Jeffrey Dahmer preyed on gay men. Yeah, Jeffrey Dahmer is problematic, whatever. Well. I'll have to unfollow him on Twitter, thanks, Vosh. Happy to, you know, keep you on your toes. How do you coordinate 15 people like this? I don't know. I couldn't even imagine, like... Can you imagine getting 15 people together to do anything in college? Aren't you all busy? Don't you have something to do? Yeah, man, let's all, like, wait in this off-campus apartment and then, like, beat up a guy. But only, like, a little bit beating him up. Like, one rib broken, even though 15 people on one could, like, kill him in an instant. Like, just a little bit, you know? and then we'll all like walk away or something. And also we're all going to get suspended and also arrested. Sounds like a great time. You fucking idiots. The gay bashing Discord group chat. It must be, like, unironically. You just yell yee yee and the boys just flock. Are you suggesting that there was only one guy in there who said yee yee and he just summoned everyone else like a boss in a Soulsborne? Well, stuff like this happens. Not good, but I wouldn't get too worried by that specifically. That being said, please meet up at a coffee place first. Yeah, I saw Two Toes. Everyone's very interested in these text messages. Now I'm afraid to go into Grindr. You should have been anyway. Okay. Why do people want me to watch this so bad?
Good morning, John. I'm going to talk today about why I think a lot of the maps that we see around elections are kind of lying to us. And I do think that they are. But first, let's talk a little bit about what I think makes...
Is this about how he's saying that the maps imply that these counties have shifted right in terms of, like, how many people voted for Trump? But in reality, it only showed their shift from 2020 in terms of the proportion of people who showed up. So even if the same number of people voted for Trump, if less people turned out for Kamala, okay, then yeah, I said all this. Yeah, I said all this. All right, then there's no. It's about like depressed blue votes rather than increased red votes. Okay, yeah, I mean then it's, yeah, we're in harmony on this one then. We're together on it. It's a bit more, but skip, I guess. Well, what's the bit more? People keep alluding to a bit more.
A graphical representation of data into a thing that is lying by looking at this graph. This is a graph that was posted on Twitter and then spread a lot around Twitter in order to show how odd it was that Joe Biden got so many votes in the 2020 election, almost as if a bunch of those votes were fake. But then they weren't able to fake it this time for a reason. I mean, look, Joe Biden got almost double what Kamala Harris got, except you're smart enough that you check and you see that the zero on the x-axis is 50 million people. So it actually looks more like this. And also, you probably instinctively know that Joe Biden didn't get double the votes of Kamala Harris, so it would probably raise a red flag and you'd check. But there's actually a much worse graph crime going on here that you probably didn't see. It's the kind that we see more and more these days when the job of being the media has spread to just whoever can get the most attention at any given moment, which is that the data is wrong. The 2024 column here is the number of votes that have been counted so far. California counts ballots extremely slowly because their laws are kind of weird, and so do several of the other West Coast states. So saying, isn't it weird that Joe Biden got so many votes? I'm just asking questions. Where did those votes come from? Fill in the blank with your own bias.
I mean, we're still seeing basically the same results, though, right? Like proportionally, right? Trump is still 4.5 million votes ahead of Kamala Harris. Like, it's a massive defeat in the popular vote. And Kamala Harris is at 69 million. So, like, votes are still getting counted, but, like, whether or not so Kamala Harris's blue bar right here has gone from here to here. And Trump's has gone from here to here. AKA, Trump got just as many votes as last time. Kamala Harris is down, like, 12 million votes. I mean, the story remains the same, basically. Like the swing states that he won with only a few thousand each, the elections decided by 100,000 or few people. Yeah. Well, that's how the Electoral College works. I'm not defending it. I know that. But, like, that doesn't change the fact that Kamala Harris got blown out. It's pathetic.
so far, California counts ballots extremely slowly because their laws are kind of weird, and so do several of the other West Coast states. So saying, isn't it weird that Joe Biden got so many votes? I'm just asking questions. Where did those votes come from? Fill in the blank with your own biases. Seems that this graph was either created by someone who was ignorant or someone who had bad intentions. In actuality, once all the votes are counted, Kamala's vote total will probably be very close to Joe Biden's, which
I don't think that's true, though. What percentage of California's votes have been counted? How far up are we on that? 58% reporting. So if it keeps the current proportion and it's 3/5 of the way done, more or less, Kamala Harris could get an extra 3-4 million, still down like 8 million from Joe Biden. So 8-7 million votes, quote unquote, missing. But that would also mean that Donald Trump, by a few million votes, did better than in 2020. Again, like, the narrative isn't changing here. Yeah, the same story is happening here, Thane. Exactly. The underlying, like, the information that we're using to arrive at these conclusions is changing, but the conclusions aren't. It's just altering, like, the work, the basic arithmetic that you have to do to reach the same truth.
Which is maybe a little bit weird considering that Joe Biden is historically unpopular and she is his vice president, but I digress. The point here is that this graph lied in two very different ways. First, by having wrong data, which is kind of unforgivable. But leaving that aside, if it were correct data, in my book, it would still be kind of lying because it would have exaggerated the difference by using a non-zero x-axis. It would have all of the information to help you understand what it actually meant, but the point of a graphical representation of data is to help you understand the actual situation, and I think it would still be failing at that. So with all that in mind, let's talk about how
yeah, like, even in California, man, take a look at what the results looked like in California back in 2020. Joe Biden got 63 to 34, so basically like 2-1 in favor of Joe Biden, and this is what the county map looked like. And here's what it's looking like right now in California, with it more like a 60-40 or 3/5 to 2/5, and like a significant number of counties shifting red. Pretty not good. 2-1 to 3-2 is a huge movement. Yeah, it's massive. It's absolutely massive. Yeah. I still can't believe that feeling during election night where we took a look at New Jersey and found that New Jersey was up by like 6 points for Kamala. New Jersey. Not on the proportion, DM. It's pretty locked in on the proportion. If Dems keep their current trajectory, could we lose California? Brother, if Dems keep their current trajectory, we could lose the country. we could lose everything.
Some of these election maps sometimes put incorrect ideas into our heads. But first, for backers of the Book of Good Times, about 20% of people have not yet sent us their addresses, and we're going to start shipping those out next week. There is an email in your... Like the whole country votes Trump, but the president of the United States is elected by the states.
Hank is a liberal who I think has a difficulty adjusting to the implications of this. Yeah, you can be the smartest guy in the world, but ideology is ideology. You know, it doesn't change the fact that from Hank Green's perspective, like,
not by the citizens. So we look at the states, not the citizens. But still, we look at these maps and we think they are representing humans rather than states. Now, if we actually want to know how people voted, we need a map that shows color gradients, because trust me, as a person who lives in a red state, I don't like that my existence gets completely ignored by electoral maps. But then maybe we also still have to correct for population, which makes maps look super weird. But I also feel like we need to talk about these maps, these vote swing maps, which have become all the rage because they do show something important, but the important thing they show is very specific and not entirely what it seems. These maps tell you the 2020 to 2024 percentage difference between the spread between Republicans and Democrats in every county in America, which is a sentence that I find much more confusing than I initially find the map to be. My brain looks at the map and it says, this is how many more people.
The fuck does Hank Green know about polling? Hank Green's a smart guy. I'm not trying to like insult or discount him. The problem with liberals isn't that they're stupid. It's like this is that unironically, that's always been like a stupid way of thinking about politics. Smart guys have smart ideology. That's not really how it works. There's a relationship between like level of education and susceptibility to propaganda, but in terms of like the way you respond to this information, a lot of it is just framing, and the framing that I have is, you know, a Marxist one, and the framing that he has presumably isn't. So he's going to engage with this information differently.
Voted for Trump this time rather than last time, but that's not necessarily true. Now, if I'm thinking hard, I might think, oh, well, it could be that Donald Trump got the same number of votes, but Kamala Harris got fewer than Joe Biden. But it could also mean that they both got fewer, but Trump still increased his margin, or they both got more and Trump increased his margin. It only shows the percentage increase in the margin, no absolute numbers at all. This also
that's true, but that's the point of the map. It's very good at showing that, right? Because otherwise, if you want to look at all of those different edge cases where like both votes grew, but Trump's more than Kamala's, or both votes depreciated, but Kamala's more than Trump's, or whatever, you would need to like parse a bunch of different like graphs to contain all that information. Whereas the county by county shift between 2020 and 2024 is so pronounced and so consistent across the country. Like there's a reason why it looks as stark as it does, right? It's not like, it's not like useless information at all. It's just you have to know what to do with it.
That it still suffers from similar problems to electoral maps, with a special one of its own, which is that this is a county-by-county map, which means that areas with a lot of red aren't...
Why do people cling to ideology like Hank here when you said earlier that ideology means nothing and material interests everything? I don't think you understood my initial point. I was talking about the interests of capital holders, the bourgeoisie. Hank Green is successful. He's not like literally part of the capital. He's not like in the upper echelon ruling society, which by the way, if you take a look at literally the entire business class in the United States, all of them have bent the knee to Trump. Many of them did a long time ago. Dozens and dozens of powerful people in the GOP and the business world who denounced Trump after January 6th, all of them have bent the knee now. Material interest. Doesn't he own several companies? Probably. Do you think that he's up there with like Elon? Do you think he's like lobbying at the Oval Office? Technically, you're a part of the capital class if you have like shares of a company, because that's income you could potentially earn off of ownership and not work. But we're talking about like a distinct class of people, not literally in like a menial and technical sense in their relationship to the means of production, but in terms of their like social affluence, their relationship to those who have that, you know?
Necessarily areas with huge swings. Instead, they are areas with small counties, and some states have way more counties than others. Alaska doesn't have counties at all. I didn't know that until I looked at this map and I was like, why does Alaska?
I actually didn't either. I learned that from election night looking at the county map.
Only have one arrow. America's weird. And then last, you got the same problem with this map as with all the others. You got like a people versus land problem more generally. Each arrow is its size based on percentage, which means that the arrow for Loving County in Texas is the same scale as the arrow for LA County in California, even though Loving County has 96 voters.
But that's exactly the point, that there was a rightward shift everywhere. In cities, suburbs, rural areas, in areas that are largely black, in areas that are largely white, in areas with a lot of immigrants, like across the board, with just a few pockets, Utah, a few parts of Colorado, Georgia suburb, blah, blah, blah. Like we've seen the exceptions, Northwestern Washington. But like, that's the thing that makes the map so significant. It's so pronounced.
Look, all of these things are super useful tools. It would be much harder to understand any of this stuff without these maps and graphs. I'm not arguing that. They're tools meant to simplify, and they do a good job, but that can increase the risk that we learn the wrong things from looking at them. The second thing, I'm very discouraged by this. I decided to make a video about a map today because I felt like I had to do something that like referenced the reality of the moment, but I just can't get deeper than that. Like, I don't feel at all qualified to do the analysis, though. I don't know. Maybe I'll do some on Hank's channel.
Bring me on, Hank, tag me in. Vosh, well, maybe semantics. I hate the framing of a rightward shift. It seems like there has been a slight rightward shift, but it's mostly just Democrats not turning out. That's the main thing. Also, as we looked at earlier, Democrats are now the party of the elites. Rhetorically. Like, they're the party of well-educated, higher-income people, not, like, literally the billionaires. And Republicans are now the party of the lower-income, lower-educated people. So that's interesting. Do you think Mr. Bonarelli will have to do a moment of reflection after the election? I live now with a deep hope, and I know there's no way to say this without coming across like I'm very similar to many smug leftists online. I live with a deep and maybe very naive hope that there can be some kind of reconciliation, and we can all, and liberals, myself, whatever, kind of work together in a difficult time, at least on the understanding that we have to take lessons from this election about populism, about messaging, about the importance of a strong narrative, about policy not mattering as much as the appearance of policy, of, well, populism, largely, of Bernie Sanders and the stuff that he represented, the fact that he did well with the groups that kind of ran over to Trump. And I guess, like, I don't really hold out hope for him specifically because I don't... for a variety of reasons, but I really do like, look, there are different camps of liberals right now, or sorry, of leftists right now, and a lot of them are in the stage of like the Chapo trap house. We're all being sent to the death camps, but haha, at least the liberals were wrong and I'm right. I take no enjoyment for being right because I'm always right, you know? That's the hedonic treadmill, okay? As someone who's always right all the time, now it bores me, okay? I recline on my, you know, like Dracula. Being right all the time is feeding me grapes and I don't even taste them, okay? So this isn't about that. I just want the country to make it through this and all of the people in it, at least all the cool ones. And for that to happen, we need to we need to learn some lessons from this. I know that there are a lot of liberals right now are still in the stage where it's like they're blaming the left, they're blaming the Gaza protesters, they're blaming Arabs, they're blaming queer people, they're blaming, like, that's a very online perspective. It's very, very, very online, you know? I don't know. I don't actually know if Destiny is. I don't watch his content. Maybe he's not. I don't know. I just, that's like, I have no room in my heart right now for, like, the big line in the sand between myself and them. Like, I don't want to draw another one, or any new ones, or deepen the ones that are already there.
Sometime soon. I do feel like there's been a lot of bad takes that are not representative of reality, but I digress. At the moment, I don't have a lot to add here, except that I think the next 4 years, we're going to need people to have energy to push back against some of the weirdest and wildest things that the Trump administration is going to want to do. I wrote about this in the special edition of We're Here that I sent out earlier this week. I'll link to it below. But I think the answer to the question, what do we do now, at the moment, is anything you want. Like, get out of bed, get outside, go do things that are close. Do things you...
I said this on Twitter the other day, and I feel like I'm still workshopping this position, but I do believe in it very strongly. It's that Democrats have made fun of Republicans for years now because Republicans are cultish and they wear Trump merchandise everywhere. And I genuinely think that Democrats are only going to be able to take this country back if they can field a candidate capable of inspiring that same behavior in their own followers, you know? Like, I think in this era, victory from the left is a victory where people on the left are going outside in, like, I don't know, Bernie Sanders hats with Bernie Sanders tote bags and Bernie Sanders shirts all the time, flags on the truck, everything, as loud and as proud as any Republican has been about Trump. We make fun of it, like, with regard to them for their culty behavior, but, like, you know, we used to have a lot more energy behind the way we promoted our political candidates. How excited do people get about people like, you know, Kamala Harris, right? I tweeted this, and yeah, look at the big FDR head. Did anyone build a big head of Kamala Harris? No, I don't think so. Exactly. That's exactly my point. We need a big head. Listen, we just need everyone looking like this absolute snack of a man who was a staffer in the Bernie 2016 campaign. Average Bernie male, TBH? Yeah, true. True.
got to do things that make you happy, things where you connect with other people. The election, I think for a lot of people, I know
he
it was
watches
for
my
me, it was
content.
long, it was stressful, it was a long fight. It is done now, and at least now, I guess, we know what we're facing. I often respond to situations like this with work, and I did some fun work this week. I made like a very dumb tea quiz that helps you pick.
Unironically, I like it when good cultists are good and bad cultists are bad. I mean, we say cult behavior, but like genuinely, there's nothing innately cultish about participating in a like mass populist movement. The cultish element with Trump supporters goes beyond the like merchandise. Like they're cultish about Trump in a bunch of really psychotic ways. The parasocial relationship, the like, you know, the like Christ allegories or whatever, the obsession with framing him like a savior who's martyring himself for their sake, like this shit like that. You can have a mass popular movement with a lot of enthusiasm without adopting those elements of the, you know, of their behavior. We need a left-wing alternative media consolidation into a centralized and populist Daily Wire type network. Yeah, well, good luck getting the funding for that, you know? The entire capital class is sided with Trump. Is there even anyone in the Dems who could inspire voters like Bernie could? Right now, no one. The closest person that I could think of is Jon Stewart, and I don't know how much I'd even support his run. Gavin Newsom would have a decent shot at, like, winning, possibly, assuming democracy isn't completely eroded by the time he gets a shot at it. But he's also a fucking psychopath, so I don't like him. AOC is too young to get the same kind of support that Bernie got. Also, she's a woman, which, as we've seen, sexism is an undeniable element of the, you know, the dynamic. We just need Walz unleashed. Walz is compromised. He's associated with a historic loss. No. It doesn't matter. Again, it doesn't matter who the person is. What matters is what they can do. And that's all it takes. There's no way Walz could ever run now because he would be asked every day on the campaign trail, how are you going to differentiate yourself from the historical loser that you ran with? And he wouldn't be able to do it because he'd be running as a Democrat. And the Democrats forbid you from shit-talking their own people because all of them, as soon as they stop being politicians, become high-paid consultants whose job it is to drag down the living. They are like the dead. They anchor the living to the past, you know? FDR was a failed VP candidate too. Not like this. Not like this. Walz would not be seen as like an up-and-comer who failed for a time but is now like rising up. Walz would be seen as like a remnant of a dead party. Well, it depends on how it's done, DM. It's more about like the level of enthusiasm, you know? I definitely think, like, I definitely don't think it benefits Democrats very much that like Republicans are always much more enthusiastic about Trump than Democrats are about anyone. The only people who get enthusiastic about people like Biden or Kamala Harris are these like young college age, like policy wonk, resist lib type, you know, either they're getting like paid or they're like directly connected or whatever, or they're like the overeducated. They're like the consultant class, you know? Meanwhile, like what kind of person on the right gets excited about Trump? Everyone, from top to bottom, from the wealthiest and most powerful fucking guy in the world, Elon Musk, all the way down to people barely scraping by at like no income, off welfare and food stamps in West Virginia. All of them are insane about Trump. And it's just, you know, you're not going to get that level of support without populism. You got to dip your toes in it. You got to dip your dick in it, you know? Stop asking me questions. I hate all of you. Do I have an editor here? Vosh, you're wrong. The election that FDR lost was significantly worse than this, like one of the worst defeats for Dem in history. No, Coconut Gang, you don't understand, and I'm better than you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I feel a little. I went to sleep late last night. Okay. Sorry. It's completely different. Okay. I don't even want to get into this, and I'm not going to do this big historical analysis. It's not about the amount that you lost by. Okay. It's about the energy behind it and what it signifies. In this era of populism, with a narrative of the Dems like trailing back, like anchoring the path forward to the people who are currently running, it's absolute, like it's devastating. Kamala will never win again. She won't run again. I don't think, at least. I'd be surprised if she did. You know? And Walz can't. What was I saying? Oh yeah, Tempest. Could you put the Hank Green segment up? What would be a good? I don't want to shit talk Hank Green. I like Hank Green. I was just kind of engaging with what he was saying. What's a good, like, what's a good? Hank Green fails. Yeah, exactly. Demolishing Hank Green. Why Hank Green is wrong? No, because it's not even that he's wrong. It's just I'm trying to get no. That's all still too negative. But clicks. But I don't want to lie. I don't try to clickbait. Well, you know. Hank Green is almost right about the election. Hank Green is almost right about the election. That's good. I like that. I like that. That's a good one. Almost right. Like almost in all caps. That's a good one. The hogs will like that one. And by the hogs, I mean you little pig slop vid watchers. Okay, I uploaded it. Thank you, Tempest. I hope I get a message from Ben Burgess. Probably not going to, though. Did you guys see this? Elon Musk joined Trump's call with Zelensky. We're getting the most, like, open mask off. We are the mask of capital, you know, bullshit imaginable. Hey, let's get the guy who literally met with Putin and shut off Starlink for your military operations. He's just going to join the call. Literally, like, incoming president of the United States, just going to have a random guy join the call, you know? He's like, Elon's not being promised fucking Secretary of State. He's being promised Doge, Department of Government Efficiency. Just gonna have him in. Why not? Yeah, Elon knows a lot about this conflict. He talked to this really convincing sounding guy from the Kremlin. How did Trump start liking Elon this much? I don't think it's that Trump likes Elon. I think it's that Elon bailed out Trump. Elon stepped into this election and provided, like, an enormous amount of free propaganda and just money to support him. Like, it is literally just a bought election. Kind of bailed him out. Wait, is Doge a real thing? I thought that was Vosh joking. I mean, it's not a real thing right now at the moment. It will be a real thing if he gets his way. Gonna be a goddamn joke country. Literally, like, day one of the presidency, they're going to establish Doge, and day two, Elon Musk is going to put forward something like Operation 420, the 69 points to cutting government wasteful spending or something. Like, it literally, like, that's not even a joke. He's gonna do that. Let it end. 11K viewers, 1K likes, like the stream, you ungratefuls. That's true. If you're watching and you're enjoying the content thus far, as aimless and obnoxious as it can be, please consider liking and subscribing. Liking the video really helps a lot. It boosts the visibility of the stream so that people who are both subscribed and not subscribed can see it recommended in their feed. And also, make sure to subscribe if you're not already. Press the money button if you want to, but it's okay. You know, I mostly care about the views and subscriptions because they make me feel, you know, special and loved. The money does too. It all does. How are you the only left-leaning channel on YouTube not to lose subscribers? Are all the other left-leaning channels losing subscribers? That's surprising to me. Wouldn't they be gaining subscribers? Since, like... Yeah. Maybe liberal channels are losing subscribers because they're kind of built on a different base. I think a lot of people are too depressed to watch politics. Well, I'm happy that hasn't happened to me. I've only gained subs. Because people are getting discouraged. Yeah, I'm really sorry to say, but this is the time that you need to be most engaged. Republicans won this election because even through discouragement, they never stopped. Donald Trump lost in 2020. They never stopped. January 6th happened and cracked down and failed. Never stopped. All through 2020, every Trump failure, they never stopped. They kept engaging over and over and over. I'll do it when I want to, Comrade Champ. Pentagon officials discussing how to respond if Trump issues controversial orders. Well, I'm glad they're talking about it, at least. Thank you, CNN. You're actually taking this better than most. Maybe that's why you're the eye of the storm. I appreciate that. And I think that's in large part because while I was very surprised by the election results, this fits pretty neatly into my ideological framework. I'm not left grasping for straws after this. For a little while, as the election happened, I was very surprised. But in retrospect, this fits pretty well with the basic trends that I've been identifying and drawing attention to for years. Again, it's not about me being right all the time or whatever. I was literally wrong in my estimation of how the election would go out, or go down. It's more about, can I make sense of this? Senseless tragedy is very difficult to grapple with. A tragedy that makes sense, on the other hand, you can rationalize it, you can engage with it, you can make plans for the future, you can try to prevent it in the future. So that's what I'm focusing on right now. I just hope that liberals come around on this as well. Pentagon officials are holding informal discussions about how the Department of Defense would respond if Trump issues orders to deploy active duty troops domestically and fire large swaths of apolitical staffers. Trump has suggested he would be open to using active duty forces for domestic law enforcement and mass deportations, and has indicated he wants to stack the federal government with loyalists and clean out corrupt actors in the national security establishment. Officials are now gaming out various scenarios as they prepare for an overhaul of the Pentagon. We are all preparing and planning for the worst-case scenario. What is the worst-case scenario? You should say. But the reality is that we don't know how this is all going to play out yet, one defense official said. Trump's election has also raised questions inside the Pentagon about what would happen if the president issued an unlawful order, particularly if his political appointees inside the department don't push back. Troops are compelled by law to disobey unlawful orders, said another defense official. But the question is, what happens then? Do we see resignations from senior military leaders, or would they view that as abandoning the people? I'm just going to throw this one out there. If you're in the Pentagon, if you're a senior military official, and you don't want to comply with unlawful orders, don't fucking resign. Are you insane? Why would you do that? I can no longer in good conscience serve and hold this office under the light of... They will replace you with a 19-year-old groiper who went to West Point on a dare. But can they just make the orders lawful? The only thing that the Republicans cannot do without explicitly violating the law is change the Constitution. The Supreme Court can respond to legal cases and alter the meaning of the Constitution through like their jurisprudence, but there are like flat lines that they can't really do much about, at least not without like a lot of work and time. And ultimately, the Pentagon, the military, they swear their oath to the Constitution. So thankfully, amendments require 3/4 of U.S. states to ratify them, which is not going to happen. There will not be any amendments. So thankfully, the military ultimately like is beholden to the one document that the Republicans are least capable of changing. So that's good. Can they even get rid of birthright citizenship if they can't repeal the 14th? That's up to the Supreme Court. So your advice is to just stay in the army and carry out the mass deportation? No, my advice would be to stay in the army and refuse to carry out the mass deportation. It's the opposite, actually. Isn't it 2/3? Am I misremembering? Is it 2/3? I misremember. U.S. Constitution Amendment State Ratification. No, 3/4. Yeah, 3/4. 38 states. Which is just not likely to happen. Scariest question, is that deportation legal? It really depends on the specifics. Pardon me. It's unclear at this point who Trump will choose to lead the Pentagon, though officials believe Trump and his team will try to avoid the kind of hostile relationship he had with the military during his last administration, a former defense official who served under Trump said. The relationship between the White House and the DoD was really, really bad, and so I know it's top of mind for how they're going to select the folks that they put in the DoD this time around, the former official said. Oh yeah, you want to escape? Maybe you should have thought of that before you were annoying. Whoa! That was a hard landing. He's fine. How do you fuck up falling from that height? Thunk. Defense officials are scrambling to identify civilian employees who might be impacted if Trump reinstates Schedule F, an executive order that he first issued in 2020 that, if enacted, would have reclassified huge swaths of non-political career federal employees across the U.S. government to make them more easily fireable. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin said on Tuesday that, quote, I totally believe that our leaders will continue to do the right thing no matter what. Oh, I'm sure. Top of mind for many defense officials, you can't use that turn of phrase twice in one article, is how Trump plans to wield American military power at home. I think it should be very easily handled, if necessary, by the National Guard, or if really necessary by the military, because they can't let that happen, Trump added, referring to potential protests on Election Day. Several former military officials have said authoritarian, fascist. There is not much the Pentagon can do to preemptively shield the force from a potential abuse of power by a commander-in-chief. Defense Department lawyers can and do make recommendations to military leaders on the legality of orders, but there is no real legal safeguard that would prevent Trump from deploying American soldiers to police U.S. streets. I love our government. I love how literally everything is based on gentlemen's agreements. It's great. A former senior Defense Department official who served under Trump said he believes it is likely that additional active duty forces will be tasked with assisting Customs and Border Protection at the southern border. There are already thousands of forces at the border, including those with active duty, National Guard, and the reserves. The Biden administration sent 1,500 active duty forces last year, and later sent several hundred more. It's not good. So basically, they're worried, but no one can do anything right now. That's good. I've already given my perspective on this, Daydreamer. But sure, I'll engage. According to Destiny, the main reason Dems lost was because people voted mainly on the vibes of bad economy and high prices due to cumulative effects of inflation. That was my first thought too. What do you think? That's a lower order point. Why are people susceptible to those vibes? Why do Republicans instantly think the economy goes well when Trump is in office, but then poorly when Biden is in office? It's not about the inflation itself. Reality doesn't matter. We are brains in a vat. What matters is messaging. What matters is media environment. The right wing controls the media environment. The big podcasts, the streamers, the news, the daytime radio, they hit you with it all the time. And still, enthusiasm was down from Kamala Harris voters. Democrats overwhelmingly think that inflation has been corrected, which it has been, and that the economy was doing well, but they still didn't show up in big droves, despite the massive dangers Trump's presidency posed to America. Why? People need energy. They need enthusiasm. Nobody wants a fucking status quo politician. Biden was supposed to bring us away from the Trump era, but what happened? It never changed. Trump stayed, Garland never went after Trump. January 6th was never punished. Nothing happened. There was no purge of the GOP. There was no reckoning. All of the legal cases against Trump, they faltered. You know, I'd like to see old Donnie wriggle his way out of this jam. Oh, well, nevertheless, you know, because he did over and over again. And then we find ourselves here in 2024, same country, same problems, no change. Of course people are unenthusiastic, and the Democrats can't promise anything new. Kamala Harris said she wouldn't do anything different from Biden. Inflation was a part of it, but even if there was no inflation at all during the Biden era, Kamala Harris would have lost. Maybe by the same margins. It wouldn't have mattered. And for evidence to that point, there are literally, there's polling data that you can look at. Republicans thought that the economy was terrible after Biden took office, even before inflation kicked in. Literally, Republicans thought the economy was in the dumps. Like, literally 10% of Republicans thought the economy was good in that period during like late 2021 or whatever, where there was no inflation and COVID had mostly been handled. If there was no inflation, they would have had to invent it. I just can't imagine what message they will use to excuse the economic crash they're about to cause. Ness Scissors. Reality doesn't matter. The moment Donald Trump gets in office, Republicans will say the economy is great instantly. The moment Trump is in office, they will say the economy is great. If there's a crash, they will either blame Biden or they will say that there is no crash, and it won't matter to them. It's about media. It's about environment. It's about messaging. It's about the narrative. Why is your solution for the American people being stupid for Democrats to lower themselves to their stupidity? Didn't say that, and that's the snobby, like, coastal elite narrative. That's the consultant class narrative that lost Kamala Harris the election. You think enthusiasm and good messaging means lowering yourself to the common folk? What are you, a fucking consultant? Are you Hillary Clinton? Did you personally advise her in this election? Christ alive. Let me take a piss, then we'll come back to this. Kind of cold in here. Ow. It really doesn't matter until it punches you in the face. Raising the price of everything by 50% is not going to be possible to ignore. Sure, then they'll blame Democrats. They'll blame China. You have no idea. You have no idea the capacity the human mind has for misidentifying the cause of their problems. You will fall for this over and over again. Every time you will be baffled by the results. How could old Donnie have wriggled his way out of this one? How? You have no idea how bad it can get. The only way to beat back, the only way to win, is by being better at messaging. That's it. That's the only way. That's all you can do. I'm not leaning on them, big ol' law. I'm just hoping they do. What else am I supposed to do? Hope they don't? Even the fucking 13 Keys guy says Dems are bad at messaging and have no spine. Now that I've decided that I like him ironically, unironically, I hope he's doing okay. My keys are too strong for you, Thana. Yeah, Cypher23, seriously. Anyone unironically making the argument, well, how could the Republicans continue to blame the results of their bad policy on Democrats? There's no way they'll get away with it this time. There's no way anyone will believe it. And then for like the 50th time they do that and get away with it, you know? We got him this time for sure, yeah. The issue is that the median voter is actually retarded. And you know what? You are too. If you had been watching a different streamer, you might be convinced right now that Hamas supporting leftists are the reason Kamala won. Or if you were watching a different streamer, you might have arrived at the assumption that the reason that the liberals lost is because they were too pro-Israel or something. We're all susceptible to our media environment. It takes a lot of effort and a lot of introspection to be able to work past, through, and over that, okay? It's not about, oh, they're so stupid, oh, da-da-da. I'm talking about strong messaging and media saturation. Everyone gets so damn uppity about this. They're like, oh, yeah, everyone's fucking retarded, so we have to do this. You would have to do this even if everyone was smart. Did you see the New York Times Pelosi piece? She criticized the Bernie statement. Yeah, I'm sure she did, because she's part of the reason we keep losing. All right. Dude, CNN is being nasty. See the moment Lichtman realized his election prediction was wrong? Man, why are you're dragging him through the damn mud? He blamed Biden? Bernie? Well, good. No, Pelosi blamed Biden. Oh, good. I mean, that's consistent at least, right? Strategist on Democratic Party messaging. Do Democrats need to rip up their political playbook? 4.8K views? Psh.
By CNN's count, Republicans have now flipped 3 Senate seats, with the potential of picking up another, setting themselves up to have at least 52 seats in the U.S. Senate. I'm joined now by one new member of that majority, Senator-elect Jim Banks of Indiana, who currently serves in the House. Congratulations, sir. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
One of the top issues in your campaign was immigration and the border. What is the first thing that you want the president-elect to do?
Well, I have no doubt. Donald Trump is going to be inaugurated on January 20th. He's going to hop in a car, drive down Pennsylvania Avenue, swing the door open of the Oval Office, and he's going to immediately sign executive orders to go back to the effective Trump policies like remain in Mexico, allow us again to build the wall at the southern border, and then end catch and release. And that's the perfect Trump formula to begin the process to secure the border. What's different about this time from last time is he's going to have backup in the Congress to support him to do it. And we will give him the funding that it takes to fully build the wall, to support our Border Patrol agents to do their important work. But it's going to start with those executive orders on day one. Joe Biden overturned all of those Trump policies on his first day in office, and Donald Trump's going to immediately reverse that and go back to what we know will work.
You told the Indy Star yesterday, quote, "We're going to begin the process of deporting the over 15 million illegals that have come into this country under Joe Biden's watch." First of all, just to better understand what the actual policy and how it's going to be executed will be, do you see all undocumented immigrants?
You should watch Shu's last video about men moving right. It was uploaded a week before the election. It's pretty good. She talks about how the Dems need populism to win. I've disagreed with Shu on a lot, but I think that time has definitely vindicated her, like, enormously on some things, particularly with regard to the need for populist messaging and, like, the problem with men. I don't think she would refer to it as a problem with men. But I guess, like, it's kind of one of those, like, you know, a lot of young men are legitimately being moved right on the promise of, like, legal rape of women or something. And I don't know how much you can do about that. Like, seems like sometimes men are asking for things that I don't really think they should get, you know? But I haven't seen the video. I think that the underlying message is probably, I would imagine it's probably true. Can we watch it? Maybe.
As sort of, should they all be kicked out of the country?
Well, some conservative estimates say that there are at least 15 million illegals who have come into the country on Joe Biden's watch. It's my hope that we deport every single one of them that we can. And it starts with deporting violent criminals who are in the United States, who came here illegally, who have committed violent crimes. And I think once you do that, President Trump is committed to making that his first and top priority when it comes to mass deportation. And then also on top of that, increase the penalties on businesses who hire illegals in our country and take away the incentive for them to be here and for them to come here. And I think many of them will leave on their own.
Wasn't Kamala the border czar or some shit? There's no such thing as a border czar. It was a completely made up position. I still feel like one of the main reasons they can't do this is simply purely because it would just mean, like, the collapse of a bunch of industries that rely on undocumented labor, you know, and it benefits the business owners, the capital owners in that class, and they're going to lobby against it, you know?
The mass deportation plan needs to be an immediate focus of the House and the Senate. I believe when the dust settles, we're going to have a even bigger majority in the House, still a slim majority, but a bigger majority by a couple of seats in the House, and we'll have the ability to work together in both chambers to fund the mass deportation effort and give the president the backup that he needs to make it happen.
So just to be clear, I know you say that it would be the people who are criminals first, but then ultimately every undocumented immigrant in this country, even those who perhaps are deemed by their neighbors as contributing to society or perhaps those who are married to American citizens or legal immigrants. That's it. Children, adults, older people, they all should be gone.
The American people spoke loud and clear on Tuesday. They gave this president and Republicans a mandate to do everything that we can. The goal should be to deport every illegal in this country that we can find. And as I said a moment ago, if you take away the incentive for them to come here in the first place by turning up the pressure on those who employ illegals, then you've taken away the incentive. They're going to go back to where they came from. So you start with the violent criminals. That Americans are counting on President Trump and Republicans to send them back to reduce violent crime in this country. But I think the goal has to be, and the American people expect it to be, to deport those who came here illegally.
And how does that work? I mean, that's.
Do you think that with this mass deportation, we're going to end up seeing the same shift that we got with Roe v. Wade, where overnight Roe v. Wade went from like, yeah, we want to ban all abortion to, oh, actually, everyone wanted this. We're just pushing it back to the states. I don't even personally want to ban abortion. I just want people to have the choice to the state level. Don't hurt me. You know, like they're going to start to begin the deportations, and at first it's going to be mass celebration, but then as the slow grinding process of having the military go up block by block, and like, you know, businesses getting raided by National Guardsmen to get like 20 guys working in the back or whatever, that eventually it's going to be like you know, and they're going to like walk it back a little bit.
It's a huge undertaking. How does that even actually work realistically?
No doubt about it. President Trump said yesterday that it could be costly, but the American people deserve it to do everything that we can to return sanity back to this country.
The money is one thing, but I'm talking about like how does it work? If you just pick Indiana, for example, how do you want the federal government to go about finding people and physically getting them out of the country?
I don't think this is that complicated. I spoke with a local sheriff.
It's just maybe the single largest arrest and deportation program ever enacted in all of human history in a modern developed country with relatively high standards of like human rights, police transparency, so on and so forth. It's just, you know, it's just a little, it's not complicated, but I also won't give you any information.
In Indiana earlier today, who's ready. Local law enforcement is ready to go to do what it takes to help with the mass deportation effort. But if you take away those incentives from business and put pressure on businesses who hire illegals in this country, then many of these, maybe most of those who are here illegally, are going to go back on their own. And that's what Donald Trump and Republicans in the House and the Senate are focused on. I think it begins with deporting.
That's so true, man. Like 15 million undocumented immigrants are definitely going to make the trip back. They're going to like swim back across the Rio Grande. That's so true. They're going to go back to the most heavily policed area of the country for undocumented immigrants, and then they're going to go back. That's so true, man. That's so true.
Violent criminals. It's not that hard to find them, and if you take away the incentive, many of them will go back to where they came from.
Well, on the incentive, I do want to ask you about that, because you know that you will get some pushback by people in your own party who are sort of business-minded Republicans who will say, we need these people. They are workers that really fuel our businesses. And then aside from business, just even taking agriculture as an example, I want to read a quote from Michael Marsh, president and CEO of the National Council of Agriculture Employees. He says, from an employer standpoint, you're very concerned when you hear somebody talk about deporting a significant amount of the existing workforce.
It is really grim that the biggest, most consistent and strongest argument that you could make for like one of the greatest crimes against humanity this country has ever perpetrated, possibly the greatest, arguably, it's not to compare bad bitches, but it's up there, would be like it would cut into profits and increase inflation. But, you know.
What do you say to him and others who really do rely, even hospitality, who rely on these undocumented migrants?
A mandate is a mandate. And
oh my God, I forgot about slavery. I'm so sorry. I was thinking about like genocides and war crimes and stuff. I totally forgot about the one back home. Okay, number 2. That's fine. Again, like I even said not to compare bad bitches. We all know who the baddest bitch of all is.
The president winning the popular vote on Tuesday is a strong signal that this is what the American people, the public, expects us to do. And only Republicans who completely misread the moment, who don't understand what the mandate means, and I don't think there are very many of them left in Congress. It's a much different Congress makeup today than what it was in 2016 when President Trump was first elected. You don't have Republicans in the House and the Senate who will fight back against President Trump to do what the American people want him to do, to deport illegals and to secure the border. The American people are counting on us to do it, and that will be our focus.
Before I let you go, the filibuster is something that you're going to have to contend with.
Yeah, I really wish they would just be straightforward, but of course they're not going to be. I genuinely don't think we're going to get any straight answers from them, like at all, before Trump's administration takes root, you know? None of them are going to put their feet down and say, like, yeah, of course we're going to do this horrible shit. They're all just going to keep dancing around it over and over. What else? But you have to stop oversaturating me with the opinions of this individual. Please, God, help me. Okay, now it's actually too warm in this jacket. It was foolish of me to put it on. Dustin, I don't have anything for you at the moment.
Potentially, now that you are going to be in the U.S. Senate, not a House thing. The Republicans, of course, don't have 60 votes and will not get 60 votes after all the dust settles. So as long as the filibuster does remain in place, Democrats will have the ability to block legislation. Do you want to keep the filibuster, or do you believe that the Republicans should consider?
Do you want to keep this arbitrary, like, gentleman's agreement that you could easily bowl over that prevents you from obtaining ultimate power? Would you like to, purely for the sake of civility, grant a veto power to Democrats in the Senate?
Trying to find a way to do away with it.
Well, remember, Democrats campaigned on doing away with the filibuster.
Right.
And
so what do you
think? The voters spoke loud and clear on Tuesday. We're likely to have 53, maybe 54 Republican senators. We don't need to do away with the filibuster. We should have at least 3 bites at the apple of a legislative process and maneuver called reconciliation, which will avoid the 60-vote rule. The Democrats used it to massively expand the federal government when they had both the House and the Senate in Joe Biden's first 2 years, and Republicans are already preparing the way to use reconciliation to do things like bring down the cost of groceries, to bring energy production back to the United States, and to undo the massive expansion of the federal government and federal spending. And that will bring down inflation in our country, and reconciliation is a way to do it, to allow for a simple majority vote in the United States.
You can just get away with saying that on CNN, you know? Bring down inflation. Inflation's at like 2% right now.
United States Senate.
So it sounds like you're saying, no, keep the filibuster in place.
You can keep the filibuster. You use reconciliation. We could use it 3 times in 2 years because we have 3 opportunities to do it. And I think Republicans were ready to go. We've been preparing for this moment. That's a big difference between 2016 and 2024 as well. We're prepared. We're ready to go. Donald Trump knew he was going to win on Election Day, and he knew it for a long time.
He did not.
Been preparing his.
This surprised him as well. All right, Ghoul. When you've lost Jen Psaki, there was an over-listening to and an over-lifting up of people who left Trump, not people who left the Democratic Party. The people who left Trump, the never-Trumpers who have important voices. That is not the winning coalition. True.
There is sexism.
Wait, hold on. Give me this panel. This is what I want to be listening to. Give me some damn common sense. MSNBC. Saki, I'll take back everything negative I ever said about you, okay? Hit me with the good, okay? Hit me with that high-quality analysis. Okay, I assume it's this. I assume it's this panel. What does the panel comp look like? 6? Okay, yeah, this is it.
You know, we've had a lot of interesting conversations, Lauren, and we will more about how the Democrats fell short, what happened, where Democrats need to dig deep and regroup. But moving forward,
You said she was preferable to every other Biden spokesperson? Oh, yeah, I mean, I certainly like her more than the current lady. You know, I mean, I've still criticized her, but yeah, she's definitely better.
what does the fight for women look like now for women's rights, women's health care, women's freedom, and that within how the Democratic Party moves forward?
Yeah, well, there were silver linings in Tuesday's results. I mean, 7 states passed abortion referendums, even where they voted for Trump in those same states, which, you know, we had talked about before and sort of like scratched our head, like, could that happen?
It actually shows that tangible issues did break through.
Absolutely.
And so when you're talking about fascism and autocracy and these issues that are too difficult to comprehend when you're working every day and you're not, it doesn't impact you. It's the tangible issues, how women were impacted physically by Trump's first term, and then the price of, you know, eggs.
Right. I mean, there's always been this conventional wisdom that sometimes when people think someone's going to win, they'll like vote, you know, they vote for a president of one party and then try to check their power by voting for.
I don't think there's anything wrong with making the Trump is a fascist bit like a hard line on the campaign messaging. I just think it's a weakness in the messaging, you know? People don't want to just vote against the other guy. They want to vote for you. And it's not enough to just say that about the other person, you know?
Electeds. In this case, it seems like voters did that with those referendums, right? The referendums, in a sense, like a check on whatever Trump might do or what his party might do to push.
The problem is 80% of voters don't know what fascism even means. Just say it over and over. Who cares if they know what it means? Just say it over and over. Say lots of stuff. Fascist, rapist, pedophile. Just layer it all. Just who cares? Like, who cares? It's not untrue. You don't have to lie. Just hit it with it over and over and over again. Fascist. That means he wants control over your body. Fascist. That means he wants you to die in foreign wars. Fascist. I mean, just tell them. If they don't know what it means, tell them. Scream it from the rooftops. Saturate the airwaves. All media, all the time. Never stop, never slow down.
Further abortion restrictions. And I think we're going to keep seeing those. I mean, the battle for America, and I've been saying this here for years, is through the states. I mean, many of the state legislatures hold the keys to American freedoms. And I think people are newly understanding that in different ways. Notably in Pennsylvania, you know, where we had this shocking, you know, sort of sweep, Bob Casey losing, you know, all of this. The Pennsylvania state legislature remained Democratic, and that just was called last night. So
that race with Casey is not called,
and it's
by
not
NBC
called.
Yet,
but
I hear it. You know, I don't think they thought it was going to be close.
They didn't.
Female voters did come out in larger numbers, but not by as much as the Democrats wanted. And white women and white men both voted pretty overwhelmingly for Trump. It was mostly black women who, like, black men were like 83-17, black women were like 92-8, and Latin women, I think, were like 20 points more to Kamala than Latin men were, maybe 25 points, something like that. Something in that ballpark.
I think I was reading closely. Fair enough that it's not called. Several races that are still not called. Look, I wanted to say this because I've been thinking about it so much this week that I think really the dividing line, I've been wrong about a bunch of things, and I think we're all...
I might be wrong on this, but as a Hispanic, I feel like the lowering of votes for Democrats by Latinos could be explained by the fact that Democrats abandoned them. Harris never gave anything to humanize people immigrating to the U.S. Democrats have never really given a shit about messaging to Hispanic people because the Democrats are run by consultants out of New York City, and New York City is mostly about, like, black and white people. Obviously, I'm simplifying massively, but the racial dynamic in in cities on the East Coast is a lot more like ingrained and old, whereas if you go to Los Angeles or Seattle or San Francisco, there's a lot more like right now, like Los Angeles is like fucking half Mexicans, you know? Go to Koreatown, you know? In the consultant class, their understanding of like how racial politics, racial dynamics work is still rooted in like a Clintonite perspective. When Hispanics were somewhat less relevant to the electorate, Asian people were as well, and it was largely about like black people vote Democrat and white people are a toss-up. They haven't adapted at all to the new world, the new messaging, the new style, you know? How'd Asians vote? Mostly for the left. Also, the idea that immigrants will vote in the interest of future immigrants is delusional and doesn't happen that often. Why would you assume that? They came from a shittier country to arrive in ours. They came from shitty situation to live in our country. They want to escape their country. That's why they're migrants. They left there to come here. They don't want more of there to come here. They're wrong to believe that. But they want that's just how people are. They want to kick the ladder once they've used it. You have to assume that, and you have to make accommodations based on that. You have to work around that, work into that. Don't assume people will always vote in their racial interest. You know?
Kind of taking stock of what we got wrong. I think the numbers turned out that women, of course, did vote for Trump in huge numbers, but really, like, the big dividing line, these gender lines are very real, but so is the education divide. And I think that's one of these places where Democrats, to me, it's less about the working class, not working class, and more about education and the fact that college is not accessible for millions of Americans. And yet we set that up as the ultimate bar of success. And then
same with home ownership.
Well, home ownership. But you know what happened on college campuses this year?
This is also true. Democrats literally don't listen. Democrats only listen to college educated people in their consultant groups, and if they ever step outside of that, it's like manufacturing union jobs, because they think that's what the working class is today, when 10% of people are in a union or something. The Democrats don't really care about or listen to messaging from just like random dumbfuck Americans, because if they did, they would have no idea what to do with the like jarring, dissonant, inconsistent, like frankly low IQ bullshit they would hear. And because that doesn't fit in with their consultancy bias, they don't engage with it, you know? They would understand the value of populism if they did.
I mean, think about that. You can't, so you're supposed to want me to aspire to this thing I can't afford that's $90,000 a year, and then I'm going to get there and I'm going to have to deal.
Union workers are relatively rich anyway, right? True. That's literally true. Yeah. If you're working with the UAW, you're still working class, but you're a hell of a lot better off than like basically anyone living in rural America, or anyone in like working a barista job or a service worker job. Of course, obviously, yeah, you're in a union. You're not at the lower end of you're in all likelihood, you're probably making significantly more than like the people at like the lowest low economically, you know?
Deal with like this crazy sort of backlash to dissent, you know? I think all of that is part of the factors here. But we got to figure out what happened, why the men in this country are so angry and so willing to sign on for something that is against the interests of the women in their lives.
Jen Psaki, your thoughts?
I mean, I think I've also been reflecting on all of the things that the party got wrong. And I think it's an important moment to reflect and be humble about that, and also be curious as to why. And, you know, I think one of the things that Lauren just mentioned and you just responded to, Mika, we completely misread abortion politics in this country. And what I mean by that is not that it isn't an issue that people deeply care about. They clearly do. Obviously, those 7 referendum are an example of that. But millions of people in this country voted for Donald Trump, a person who put in place the people on the Supreme Court who overturned abortion rights and also voted to protect abortion rights. That was a huge misread. The other thing I think that Democrats and people who voted for Harris and are scared about Trump.
One of these days, like, Democrats have to reconcile with and analyze and process the fact that all of their policies are more popular than Republicans' policies, even to Republicans, as long as Republicans don't know their Democrat policies. That time and time again, people vote left on referendums and constitutional amendments, and then when the actual candidates come out, they don't vote for Democrats. And there's literally no explanation for this other than policy not mattering as much as Democrats think it does. Because when it's just the policy being voted on, people vote left. Overwhelmingly, they vote left. But a politician isn't a policy. A politician is a part of a movement. There's something larger than that. They represent something. They're a representative of a party, of an ideology. They're not just a single policy. Narrative is what matters there.
should just be sober about and curious about is not just why did people move toward Trump, but why did Democrats and people who had been with the party for some time not come out and turn out for Kamala Harris and not turn out for the Democrats? There were many headwinds here. There is sexism. There's racism.
Can you explain why voters voted right in so many referendums this year? They didn't. Didn't Missouri vote to protect abortion rights? Florida voted 58-42. The only reason that massive disparity didn't count as a success is because Florida has a stupid fucking 60% threshold for its referendums because they hate state democracy over there. Californians despise criminals and homeless, and I'm not going to lie, having lived in California, that's the fault of local Democrat governance. Yeah. The reason why there are so many like break-ins, shoplifting. I parked my car in San Francisco for 20 minutes once to go to a bakery. When I came back, the rental that I was using had its fucking window broken into. Every time I've had my window broken into. It's insane. People leave their fucking windows rolled down so nobody feels the need to break them to look inside the car to ruffle around for stuff. It's fucking psychotic. And why? Local civic governance failures. Democrats fuck that up for themselves too. Trust me, Democrats may be Hitlerite when it comes to like criminals, homelessness, theft, whatever else, but they weren't made Hitlerites in a vacuum. They were made Hitlerites because of massive social issues that local democratic governance not only like fails to deal with, but exacerbates massively. Yeah, neoliberalism and austerity. Rolling your windows down is crazy. Would you believe me if I told you it's not even that uncommon? I'm not kidding. Go to like a mixed zoned area in San Francisco, a place where there's a lot of obvious poverty. Check the cars that are parked in the street. You will see a decent number of them have their windows rolled down. Question on that. Are Republicans any better at running cities? No. No. California Democrats at a local level are uniquely bad at this, though. Like, because of the housing crisis mostly. It largely stems from, like, land cost and so on. California could have a population of, like, 55 million right now if they had, like, invested appropriately in transportation, infrastructure, and housing.
All of that is true. But I also think there is a real question I hope people start looking at about who people are listening to. In my view, there was an over-listening to and an over-lifting up of people who left Trump, not people who left the Democratic Party.
So true.
The people who left the Democratic Party are the people who are going to win in the future. The people who left Trump, the never Trumpers who have important voices and that is not the winning coalition. And yeah,
because there were like none of them. It was an entirely overstated demographic. All the fucking Lincoln Project guys, the neocons, you know, got to like coast off their donations or whatever. They had their fun. How much do you even see this demographic like day to day in real life? Like how much of an active propped up social presence do like rhino Republicans have? None. Literally none, dude. It's not real.
I think that is a takeaway. And the last thing I'll say, because I've been thinking about this a lot, is the part of that piece, the who you're listening to, is also this argument, you just touched on this, Mika, about fascism. Fascism and the threat of democracy is a huge issue in this country. It's one that should be talked about. Journalists should talk about it. People should dig into it. It is not a good closing message to reach to the masses of the country.
It's true that it's not a good closing message. My mom is a never Trump Republican, but she just didn't vote instead of voting for Kamala. Yeah, why would the Democratic Party ever assume that neocons would vote for Kamala Harris? Like, the whole premise falls apart in, like, 1 nanosecond if you think about it. Like, wouldn't they just not vote? Is this really the demographic you want to target? Is this the best you can do? Like, 75-year-old neocons?
People don't relate to it. It's not understandable. And I think that, I hope, is a lesson. But, okay, I said that was the last thing. There's a last thing, because I've thought about this a lot.
I want to know.
Is this. There are moments. I know Joe was talking about this earlier. I worked for John Kerry when he lost to President Bush. That was a real how did that happen moment. I then worked for the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee the next cycle for Rahm Emanuel when the Democrats won back the House, right? That was 2 years later. And then I worked for Barack Obama, who no one would have bet was going to be the next nominee or the next president after George W. Bush. As dark as people feel, as fearful as people feel, as lost as they feel, a vacuum is also an opportunity to rethink, to listen, to be
Jen Psaki, chaos is a ladder. I agree.
Curious, to be humble. And I think in this darkness people are feeling, I'm hopeful that's part of it. Someone's going to emerge. 10 people will emerge. That's what we will also see in the months ahead.
I love what you just said, because I'm a huge believer in humility, in victory, and humility in defeat. In both cases, we've all heard this.
Also, lib media is so soft on Trump. Meanwhile, conservatives are consistently attacking Kamala in the same points. Hot take, but also I'm completely correct. And if you disagree, you're wrong. You know what motivates you to say that another person is wrong over and over, even when it gets boring, even when it gets tiring? Contempt. And the liberals can't feel contempt because it breaks with civility. The tone of conservatives constantly covering and making up the failures of Biden and Kamala, it's not them just like neutrally reporting on it or repeating the same points over and over and over again in like a, oh, well, here you go, here's the information tone. They treat it as it is, entertainment. You're supposed to feel contempt. You're supposed to hate them. You're supposed to think they're stupid. And liberal media will never be able to do this to Republicans, will never be able to maintain that level of consistent messaging unless they can do this as well. And you should have contempt for them, by the way. Like, obviously. Why wouldn't you? Do I need to make a case for that? Contempt motivates people. And also, contempt isn't necessarily undeserved. Obviously.
Saying you're never as good as people say you are, or never as bad as people say you are. So when you win, I will say, if Harris had won the race, I would be lecturing Democrats that they needed to be humble. They needed to keep their heads down. They needed to bring the country together. In defeat, humility to say, how did we get so disconnected?
Joe's such a retard. Joe Scarborough is literally like one of the fucking main reasons we are where we are. Didn't like Joe Biden listen to this guy like every day. It's like the feedback loop of stupid, airheaded, like low IQ coastal elite, never moved left but kowtow to the right bullshit. Like he's fully like he's a literal conservative ex-Republican. So yeah, of course he props up the never Trumpers, or had. He was a Republican. I know he was a Republican congressman.
But Jen, I want to follow up on something you said, because what Democrats need to be asking is, why did so many people?
Because these are the people that Democrats listen to. These are the people. It's a dead ideology listening to the adherents of another dead ideology, neo-libs and neo-cons, you know? Clinging on to each other, wondering why they're not relevant anymore.
Stay home and not vote. Get two numbers. First number is 12 million less people voted for Kamala Harris than Joe Biden. But here's the kicker. Are you ready for this? Donald Trump got 4 million votes less. Jen? 4 million votes less.
That's not the kicker. That's not even interesting. Also, it looks like he might catch up to the previous number. I don't even think it's 4 million less at this point.
This year than he got 4 years ago. If Democrats had turned out, and independents and Republicans, if they had a message, and by the way, this is...
Again, he's already sowing the seeds of our next defeat. And independents and Republicans. That's what we need, guys. You know, the problem with Kamala Harris's campaign is she didn't actually campaign with Liz Cheney enough. Liz Cheney, a person who, and I promise you this is true, a lot of people like.
So, I'm going to say it right here. This is such a shared defeat. Anybody looking at Kamala Harris.
Unimaginable cope. Massive defeat from Donald Trump. All he did was campaign miserably, do 50 fucking flubs, and now he might get the tragic loss of having basically the same vote count as last time. While his opponent, Kamala Harris, who ran a fairly competent campaign, tripped and burned and exploded.
Our Jen O'Malley Dillon or David Plouffe are looking in the wrong direction. They need to look in the mirror and look at the Democratic Party that has been offending working class Americans for 30 years now, running them off for 30 years now. And Jen, how shocking is it that, again, Donald Trump got 4 million votes less, and now Democrats are going, oh my gosh, this is the greatest landslide of all time. How did it happen? It happened because they stayed home, because a lot of voters that voted for her last time stayed home. We can look, forgive me.
Why did they stay home? Is it possible that you belong to a class of media elites and consultants who are completely fucking removed from the needs of the people and have no idea what they're talking about? Literally no idea. Like, absolutely none. Zero clue. Like, you have no relationship at all. The average Fox News consultant has an infinitely better understanding, has their fingers way closer to the pulse of the American heartbeat than you do. It would be difficult to imagine a person less capable of analyzing this election result than you. God.
For going on, but this is an important point. We can look at Hispanics and go, oh my God, how many Hispanics voted?
Why is it taking him so long to get his bullshit point across? Because Joe Scarborough has low IQ. He's stupid. He's a stupid man. It's evident in everything he says, both in his points and delivery. He's not an intelligent person. He's dumb. He's low IQ. The only reason he's been propped up to this point is because he's a fucking never Trump a Republican. That's it. Because Democrats love this myth, this narrative of like Republicans seeing sense and moving over to the left purely on the basis of the superior policy making of the Democrats. It's like a lovely fantasy they lull themselves to sleep with. So they prop up every single example of it happening. Liz Cheney, this, countless, honestly, though if I tried to list them, I would stop right now at Joe Scarborough and Liz Cheney because I have a really bad memory. But we could look through them later if you wanted. They're obsessed with it. But these people don't exist in real life.
For Donald Trump. And oh my God, how many black men voted for Donald Trump? He still got 4 million less votes in 2024 than he got in 2020.
Who cares?
So they could have easily.
This is like losing a tennis match to a guy with the flu, and then later you're like, well, he was a lot slower on that serve. That's embarrassing for him, and you just lost. Like,
made that up, but they didn't come out and vote in what many of us thought was the most important election of our lifetime.
No doubt. I will just say, just for people who are hyperventilating at home, and a hyperventilation a little bit is good in this moment, all the votes are not counted yet, so those gaps will narrow a bit. But I think, Joe, one, and for anybody out there who's going to say there were...
Oh, by the way, what he's saying about the popular vote, he's wrong. Completely wrong. As of current count, Donald Trump, 74 million votes back in 2020. In 2024 now, he's up to 73.4, with votes still being counted. Donald Trump's vote total is going to exceed what it was back in 2020. They're just not done tabulating all the votes. Kind of embarrassing that he would say this, by the way. Joe Scarborough is supposed to be this like plugged in, like, you know, legacy media veteran. And yet the count of Donald Trump's vote count being 4 million lower than it was in 2020, that's from election night. It's been 3 days. This segment was posted today. Has he not read up on it? Has he not like was he not aware of the fact that they were continuing the vote count? Is he seriously using 3-day-old information now? For reference about how neocons are Jed, Joe Scarsborough's seat is currently held by Matt Gaetz. No shit? Is it the same seat? That's funny. Let's take political advice from the guy who, if he ran in the same seat over again, would get like 0.4% of the vote and would lose to a pedophile sex trafficker like Beavis and Butthead cosplayer, you know?
headwinds? There were, right? Kamala Harris made up a lot of ground that wouldn't have been the case a couple of months ago if there hadn't been a change at the top of the ticket. But I think your point is exactly the one people should be thinking about here. This was not a vote because Donald Trump has won over 10 million more votes than he did 4 years ago. There were people who did not feel moved, motivated, connected to the Democratic Party. And I've seen, and you played a lot of these people just a few minutes ago, there's a lot of diagnosing out there of what happened here. It's too progressive, it's too this, it's too that, woke, this and that. Look, everybody needs to be a little bit more humble than all of those diagnoses right now, because young people didn't turn out.
Jen Psaki's cooking, actually. She's basically saying if you're part of the Democrat consultant class, you're a retard, you've been proven wrong, and you should shut the fuck up. You've been proven wrong on every level.
Progressives didn't turn out. People who maybe should have found it to be appealing, the messaging that is left-leaning, as some of those critics are saying. And to me, what is most appealing to me are the elected officials, the governors, people who are saying, we have to start listening to what people are saying. Why do they feel disconnected? Why can't the party that has the policies that should help working people, help non-college educated voters, not connect? It's not a problem with the product necessarily. It's a problem with how it is being sold. It is a problem with how it's being connected. And the other thing is, look, I'm a college-educated white woman, clearly, right? The message is geared too much toward me. It is geared toward me. It is not geared toward a mass of the public. And that is a moment to really be clear-eyed about. I do think, though, for people who were feeling hopeless and powerless in this moment.
He hates this right now. He hates this shit so much.
You are not powerless. And that's why I wanted to mention the working when the Democrats flipped the House in 2006, when Barack Obama emerged. You're not powerless. When Donald Trump was elected, he said he was going to get rid of the ACA. You know what happened? People got active. They called their members of Congress. They went to meetings. They said, absolutely not. You cannot take away my health insurance. And guess what? It didn't happen. Every fight will not be won, but nobody's powerless sitting on their couch right now. There is a lot to happen. There's a lot of people to get excited about. There are people who are going to emerge we're not even talking about right now. So as much as there needs to be reflection, there is also power in this moment too.
I'm sad this clip didn't include Joe Scarborough physically assaulting her afterwards, because it would have been really funny to see him stumble. Also, I know they're not in the same studio. Yeah, yeah. Biden's campaign team should never be allowed to work in politics again. Donald's mild demeanor can be misleading. Like Biden, he has firm beliefs about politics, the public, the press, and a contrarian side. In 2020, he and his campaign team had to decide whether to emphasize the economy or the more abstract idea that Trump imperiled the essence of America. We bet on the latter, Donilon said, even though, quote, our old pollsters told us that talking about the soul of the nation was nutty. Might have taken that advice 4 years ago. That experience fortified his belief that this year's campaign should center on what he calls the freedom agenda. By November, he predicted the focus will... this is how bad Dem consultants are. They will literally ignore info from the ground. They will they have a set of heuristics and principles that they will refer to even when all evidence contradicts it. By November, he predicted the focus will become overwhelmingly on democracy. I think the biggest images in people's minds are going to be of January 6th. One of the most striking elements of the still preliminary exit poll result is that a plurality of Americans, nearly 4 in 10, say democracy is very threatened. Most voted for Trump. Astounding. I was wrong on that too. I didn't think most of them would vote for Trump. I had the opposite call on election night. Tell you though, I wouldn't have made this call. I wouldn't have had a bunch of pollsters come up to me and say, hey, Americans don't give a shit if you talk about saving the soul of the nation, and then say, nah, they're probably fucking wrong. Actually, me and my, Harvard-educated New York brunch-having, slightly left-of-center Wall Street Democrats have the right idea on what 350 million Americans want to hear. Democrats should have listened to Bernie Sanders, historians say. I've said that. Yeah, Pompey, that's what I'm saying I was wrong about. That is what I just said. What are you trying to rub it in? You think I'm capable of feeling shame? You cannot attack me with that which I use as my armor. Meanwhile, on the other side of Democrats and their ideas as to how we should move forward from here.
Back to the election here at home. Democratic New York Congressman Richie Torres reelected overwhelmingly to another term this week. He's blaming his own party's progressive wing for Donald Trump's big victory. Torres says, quote, Donald Trump has no greater friend than the far left, which has managed to alienate historic numbers of Latinos, blacks, Asians, and Jews from the Democratic Party with absurdities like defund the police or from the river to the sea or Latin.
This guy is like super bought by AIPAC, correct? Yep, just looked it up. American Israel Public Affairs Committee, total contribution 140,000. Yeah, this guy might as well be a Republican. Dude, this guy has gotten, holy shit. Look at how much he raised in this election. 8.4 million. Pro-Israel, securities and investment real estate. This guy is like, oh yeah, this is the guy who sent the letter to Twitch saying that Hassan was pro-Hamas or something. Yeah, this fucking guy. I love New York Democrats. This guy's evil. So of course, like the moment his party and his ideology like flatly loses across the board, his response is, well, what if we shifted more to the right? I think that perhaps more mulched Palestinian babies would have given Americans the vision they needed to see through Trump's lies and vote for Kamala Harris. And who the Harris campaign sent to Michigan? Oh, Christ, did they really? Did I miss that? They did? They sent Richie Torres to Michigan to start flossing in front of people who had lost half their families. Hold on, is there a video of this? Or is the flossing, like, metaphorical? I think the flossing might be, like, metaphorical. But he did go to Michigan. Also, he's lying. Jews broke harder for Harris than they broke for Biden in 2020. Yep. Never forget, pro-Israel, pro-Zionist people are anti-Semites. They will lie over and over and over again about what is good for Jews, what Jews want, what Jews' best interest is in, so on and so forth. What they care about is killing Arabs and preserving the military-industrial complex ties that we have with Israel. They have absolutely no care or concern for Jewish people or their safety. They will engage in the most vicious like libelous claims about a Jew if they are like even slightly humanitarian about Arab people. That's all it takes. So let's hear him talk about why we lost. Thank you, MSNBC, for having him on.
Next, and Congressman Torres, whose district is in the Bronx, joins me now. Congressman, thank you. Congratulations on your re-election. What do you mean by Donald Trump has no greater friend than the far left?
Look, the Republicans are masterful at weaponizing the words of the far left against the Democratic Party. And the losses among voters of color, particularly Latinos, is nothing short of a catastrophe for the party, right? Take as an example Starr County, which is the most Latino county in the country, right? 60% of the county voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016. In 2024, Donald Trump won nearly 60% of the vote.
Okay, so what did left-leaning people do to lose that vote?
He won Latino men by more than 10 percentage points, right? There are reliably blue states where we've had real losses. Donald Trump came within 5 points of winning New Jersey. 12 points of
He does have sociopath eyes. I don't believe in like the TikTok, look at this. He's got like, fucking predator eyes or whatever, but this guy does have dead eyes. That is true.
Winning New York. He won 30% of the vote in the Bronx, which is one of the most Democratic and Latino counties in America. If that is not a wake-up call.
So what did the left do? What did he literally, he makes the claim the left caused us to lose this, and then he doesn't say anything. He just like says how we lost. I think you caused us to lose that ground.
I'm not sure what would be, and we ignore those wake-up calls at our own peril.
Has the party woken up? I know people are agonizing. There's the blame.
Journalistic malpractice. The person interviewing him should immediately ask, how is that the left's fault? He made that claim and then failed to substantiate it at all.
Game. A lot of people, saying President Biden shouldn't have run or he waited too long to get out. There's all of that. that the consultant class needs to be replaced. But is there a really deep thinking, or is there deep thinking inside the Democratic Party after such a disastrous election?
Well, I cannot speak for the whole party, but I can only speak for myself. But we have to seriously reckon with the results of the election, and keep in mind the trends that are unfolding in 2024 long predate the 2024 election. Back in 2020, Donald Trump made historic inroads among voters of color during the public backlash against the defund the police movement. And he built on those gains decisively.
Can you explain how there's any relationship between these? The defund the police movement kicked up after George Floyd's murder, which was after the 2020 election. Wait, hold on. Am I mixing up two things? Oh, no. Oh, my God. I'm so sorry. It was in 2020, not after the 2020. No, I know. I got it mixed up. The moment I said it, I thought there was something wrong with that. That being said, the defund the police, like, wave. No, womp womp. Segment over. Cut the tape. No. The defund the police, like, what is there like any evidence whatsoever? The George Floyd protests continued like a long time after the murder of George Floyd. The BLM protests continued like far enough into like a post Jan 6, admittedly in a depreciated capacity, but still. What evidence is there then that it contributed to a loss? Like, we won in 2020. I think you could make a fair argument that, like, even though defund the police led absolutely nowhere, that the energy behind the George Floyd protests absolutely were a contributing factor to the unrest that led to Donald Trump losing in 2020. Like, you had COVID and you had the George Floyd protests. You have like this massive wave of public sentiment of this disenfranchisement, of dissatisfaction with the government. These things did not make Trump look good at all. It's possible that without either of them, if it wasn't for Derek Chauvin being a murderous piece of shit and for, China personally sending the COVID missile our way. No, if it wasn't for the COVID pandemic, it's possible that Trump would have won in 2020. Instability was a pretty huge, like, it was like a pretty big campaigning point towards the end of Joe Biden's, run. Considering he's an AIPAC simp, I'm surprised he's not bringing up the college protests. Oh, I'm sure he will. I'm sure he will.
In the 2024 election. And so, look, if the goal is to win elections on Twitter, then you should embrace movements like defund the police. But if the goal is to win elections in the real world,
like the election that took place after people said defund the police was a blowout victory for Joe Biden. No one is saying defund the police now, and Kamala Harris got blown out. What do you want to take from this? What's the fucking argument we're making?
Where it matters, then you have to appeal to working class people of color who historically have been the base of the Democratic Party.
Who is the leader of the Democratic Party right now?
Well, for me, the most important leader for the Democratic Party at the moment is Hakeem Jeffries. And Hakeem
Why doesn't he
has
blink?
shown us the way forward. New York was a ray of light in an otherwise depressing and despairing election. Under the leadership
New York lost ground massively. New York did quite poorly. It wasn't at all. Your district shifted massively to the right. What is their problem? Liberals across the board keep blaming us for their failures. Well, this guy's not a liberal. He's not even a neoliberal. He is a reactionary who has joined with the Democratic Party because it is convenient for the capital class to have shooters at all points, basically. That's it. He would concede any ground if it benefited his masters, which it seems to be are like real estate, securities and investment, military industrial, and like the Zionist camp, which is largely itself like a military industrial. It's don't make the mistake of assuming there's any real ideology here. Okay, look into his eyes. You see nothing. There is nothing.
Hakeem, there was a transformation of the New York State Democratic Party. We won back almost all the congressional seats that we had lost in 2022. And we won on the strength of strong candidates like Tom Suozzi, Pat Ryan, Josh Riley, Laura Gillen. And the common thread among all of them is every single one of them ran from the center left. The road.
I feel like you missed someone else who won in New York. Just someone, Someone who did quite well. No? Did AOC run? Yes, that is who I am referring to. AOC won by more than a 2-to-1 margin.
To the speakership, the road to the presidency runs not through the far left, it runs through the center left.
Also, again, like, he knows what he's doing when he says stuff like this. I don't believe that people arrive at these positions authentically. He's told to say this because, again, like, the capital class can tolerate the Democrats as long as they don't get any wild ideas about wealth redistribution. The center left, we're talking like Bill Clinton tier stuff, you know? The most left-leaning you'll get is like an ambivalence about social policy. For the most part, it's just about neoliberalism. That's what Bill Clinton and the party that he still has a massive hold over, at least Hillary Clinton does, represents. So he's not doing, like, he doesn't believe any of this. He just, you know, wants to neuter the Democrats because the capital class is okay with them winning as long as they're like this.
Which is where the most of the country is.
What do you think of Donald Trump's plan for mass deportations? And he repeated that to Kristen Welker in an exclusive telephone interview yesterday, saying there's just no choice but to move forward, no matter what the price tag.
I live in fear of what Donald Trump is going to do to our country. It seems to me he feels more emboldened than he's ever been. I predict that the second Trump presidency is going to be far more vindictive than the first. And the difference between then and now is that he has absolute immunity. Like, he is free to weaponize government against his political rivals. He's free to, you know, order prosecutions of his political rivals. And
all of this like a direct consequence of the ideology you pretend to have. Yeah.
The Supreme Court has said that he enjoys absolute immunity. And I worry that he's going to appoint more justices in the mold of Clarence Thomas and Sam Alito, who are going to endanger the fundamental freedoms that we enjoy as Americans. So I fear a second Trump presidency as much as anyone else.
And of course, by the way, like, this was picked up by Fox News, because these people are agents of the right. They exist exclusively to that. When I say stuff like scratch a liberal, a fascist bleeds, or Democrats will be vicious against the left but not against the right, you will not find any Democrat congressman across the country who will take like this kind of vindictive tone against center-left policies. We just took a look at Jen Psaki, who was like, you know, maybe consultants should shut up right now or whatever. But the idea of like, you know, actually, we went too far left. We need to give up on these social causes. We need to give up on like the left wing of the party. That's how we need to move further to the right. That's how we win. These people, this vindictiveness, it's reserved for being anti-left, you know? So he gets covered positively by Fox News, of course. AOC outran Kamala, but Richie Torres ran behind Kamala, by the way. In raw votes, AOC got more votes than Kamala in her district, but Richie Torres got less than Kamala in it. Very nice, very nice. Really representing the will of the people there.
Represents such a diverse district, such a melting pot. I know it well. I was born there. What do you make of the anti-Semitic attacks against Israeli soccer fans in Amsterdam and the anti?
Oh yeah, we'll talk about this. Believe it or not, you're not going to believe this. Liberal media might be lying to you about what happened in Amsterdam with regards to Israel.
Arab chants by the Israelis.
Look, I was appalled by what I saw in Amsterdam. I never thought in my wildest nightmares that I would see.
Jesus Christ. They're tossing him this question because they know he's bought by AIPAC. Oh, wait, let me break all this one off. Editors, my beloved editors, I'm just going to throw this one at you. All that, like basically everything from the Jen Psaki interview watch and onward, all of that, like Dem consultancy stuff. What would be good? I don't know. Just keep it in the pot. We don't need to release that right now, but I'll send it over. Let that cook for a bit. Joe Scarborough wrong. My fans don't know who Joe Scarborough is, like, at all. He doesn't have a Fortnite skin. Look, all I know about what happened is this, which is pretty much like on brand for what I think of Israelis, where they had a big soccer match in Amsterdam, and there was a minute of silence for the victims of the flooding in Valencia, and this was a section in the Israeli camp. There was like it was like a Spanish-Israeli soccer match, and there was a camp of Zionists there who were like deliberately screaming and yelling during the moment of silence. They pulled, yeah, they ran around the neighborhood, they pulled down a bunch of Palestinian flags, that sort of thing. Yeah, they're basically like the worst people on earth. I'm sure there was a lot of mutual violence because that's what tends to happen, but like, I don't know. It kind of seems like they were the instigators. And if the, you know, if Zionists are going to run around screaming like death to Arabs or whatever, and they get laid out. Zionists on Twitter are calling it a pogrom. I'm sure they are. It's pretty like normal after a soccer match for there to be mutual violence, but like the shouting and cheering during the minute of silence for the victims of the Valencia floods and also all the other stuff, it really seems like the targeted violence was done by the Israelis. You know? Like, I'm sure there were people who attacked back or were anti-Semitic in return or whatever, but like, you know, in an instigatory sense, it's like that IDF soldier on vacation. Yeah, I saw this. Fucking crazy, man. The Israelis were offensive, but they weren't violent, Lamau. If they're like tearing down Arab flags and shouting death to Arabs, isn't that like, come on? Like, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there was a bunch of like generally directed like people fighting, which is pretty common with the soccer game, but like, come on. Good Lord. The version of the Ole chant they were doing includes the line, "Why is school out in Gaza? There are no children left there." It bugged me I couldn't find a video of the whole genocidal song, but they came to Maccabi Tel Aviv fans. They arrived at Ben Gurion Airport, fleeing from the fake program. They started singing the entire song, Ole, 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 Ole. Let the IDF win and fuck the Arabs. Ole, 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 Ole. Why is the school out in Gaza? There are no children left there. Well, I don't speak Hebrew, so I can't really claim to that. Maybe people in chat. Yeah, I don't speak any of that. Just sort of playing that for the people in the audience who do speak Hebrew. What is this? Important. This is what Maccabi Tel Aviv hooligans did. Not gonna lie, on any coverage of Israelis or Zionists or whatever, I'm so sorry for the sensitive touch. I'm not trusting any motherfucker who uses a lightning bolt, even with like plausible deniability. I'm just gonna have to. I'm not saying that that's what they mean. I'm just saying I'm gonna go off other sources. I think suppressed news with a lightning bolt. Yeah, and I. Comment from the Holocaust Education Trust. We are horrified at the shocking scenes from Amsterdam where Israeli and Jewish football fans have been hunted down, threatened, beaten up. I mean, it's like crystal knocked? Yeah, okay. Propaganda and narratives go burr. It literally is like having Nazis in town for an away game or something, you know? Like you just have a bunch of the most evil people on earth show up and they'll like tear down your flags or like have fun pseudo initiating a pogrom and chanting about, you know, black people or whatever. Except this time it's Arab people. And they're not Nazis, they're Jotsis. Some people in chat said that apparently they jumped a taxi driver. I'm sure there was a lot of like, again, like just generally directed violence. Do you think it's gonna come back to bite the way that no one in these radical lefty anti-Zionist movements are willing to put the brakes on the demonization? I've seen lefties say Israelis have a pedo-rape society. I have no idea what you're talking about. Are you saying that people on the left need to be less mean to Zion? Like, so you say pedocons about American Republicans, but you can't, like, what's the standard here? Israeli military arrested French military in French territory, inside Palestinian territory in Jerusalem. Only briefly. That sounds convoluted. Yeah, I wonder why it was brief. Yeah, no kidding. There are significant Palestinian populations and enclaves all over Europe. This was absolutely violence. They would attack other nations to kill Palestinians if they could get away. Oh, for sure. Yeah, they're Nazis. Well, again, like I'm saying this euphemistically, but they're like genocidal fascists. They're Jotsis. Like, yeah. If the cameras were off, they would just march neighborhood to neighborhood and kill Palestine. For sure. Why wouldn't they? They're literally like representatives in ideology where that's championed at every level of their society. Vosh, let's be real. If conservatives had a popular and violent hate movement that already accuses them of being a pedophile, I would just also think it's kind of bad. Eterna, I have literally no idea what you're talking about. But if you're doubting pedocon law, you got to go back to school. The crazy thing is that Amsterdam was and is historically a very Jewish city. Well, Zionists and Jews have like basically nothing to do with each other except that, you know, a Venn diagram that overlaps only in the most cynical way possible. Anyway, apparently Israel sent a fucking cargo plane to rescue their away game fans from Amsterdam after this. They also send soldiers with those planes. No, they can do whatever they want. Is there a single news article that is talking about this that isn't from the perspective of Adolf Hitler? Like, this is literally the Hindustan Times. Do you know what Indians think about Arabs? Like, is there literally a single... Al Jazeera? Of course it'd be Al Jazeera. Several people taken hospital are fighting between Israeli soccer fans. Penis music, Palestinian solidarity protesters in Amsterdam. I did see one video of a Zionist getting thrown into the channel, and the guy said, "I'll let you out if you say like Viva Palestine or something," and he did. The person I just banned for 30 days was the same person whose response I've been baffled to. And they essentially said, I just think it's irresponsible to pedo jacket Israelis when there's already a lot of anti-Semitic movements that do that. And I think this is like the most cynical, disingenuous horseshit you could ever. First of all, where have you been the past year? Second of all, like Zionists are literal militant genocidal fascists, and there's a lot of really bad shit they do. I make it incredibly clear where I stand on the anti-Semitism thing, okay? The channel has been really consistent in being like in defense of Jews against like Nazi or anti-Semitic attacks or whatever. The disingenuous, like, oh no, if you insult them, that's like, well, Nazis also insult them. Like, no, if you see that ground, then fucking bow down to the military-industrial complex already. Bow down to like AIPAC. That's what they want you to believe, right? Like that's the cynical like silencing of the narrative that we're seeing in every fucking news channel right now, where it's like, well, actually, no matter what Israelis do, anything you say about them is anti-Semitic, as long as if it's even remotely negative, okay? Yeah, remember the fucking rape riot? Jesus Christ. Violence began when the fans of Maccabi Tel Aviv tore down this Palestinian flag. Sang racist chants on the eve of their match against Ajax. Fuck you, Palestine. So yeah, like, is this not violent? Like a mob of fascists? Imagine if these were Nazis. Imagine if a bunch of Nazis came to America to cheer for their team on an away game in like 1937 or something, and they in New York City wander around and start tearing down like Jewish, like a Jewish, I don't know, like it can't be an Israeli flag, of course, but like features of the environment, shouting like, you know, death to you or whatever, and then someone laid them out. Would you be like, oh, fuck that person who laid them out? Jesus Christ. Yeah, fucking Trump flag as well. Yeah, of course. Genuine question, is it true that there are pro-Palestinian people that are being violent outside synagogues or beating up Jews because of Gaza? Are you asking me if there are, like, any anti-Semitic attacks ever? Yeah, of course there are, and it's bad. But that is absolutely not the pro-Palestinian movement. Like, you literally, like, hundreds and thousands of pro-Palestinian movements and claims about them being anti-Semitic in terms of rhetoric, in terms of what they've done, almost always completely fabricated. In an environment where being pro-Palestinian is literally cited by the ADL as being anti-Semitism, like, yeah, there are anti-Semitic attacks and they're awful. But you have to actually, like, it has to be anti-Semitic to be anti-Semitic. Anyway, is there like any evidence of this turning into a pogrom or whatever? Or was this literally like hooliganism, except one half of the hooligans were Nazis? Like Israeli Nazis. Yeah! The fact that Israel sent a fucking military plane to pick them up after this is so funny. It's like terrifying, but it's really funny. Like, we need evac immediately. It's you get like tussled around and you get the fucking call straight to Tel Aviv.
Really late. They came too late. They came when a lot of people were already hoarded.
Initiate violence, then cry baby when you know, mommy and daddy don't immediately come to like pick you up. Another 100 billion to Israel, exactly.
Injured. Some of them probably go to the hospital. I don't.
Fun detail, the Israeli team lost 5-0, absolutely obliterated. Nice. No wonder they wanted to blow some steam off after the game. Is there literally any like clip or evidence of anyone doing anything anti-Semitic during this? Because it literally just seems like, what if you let a bunch of Nazis in 1937 emit like a muck in Brooklyn during an away game?
Amsterdam kijkt terug op een gitzwarte nacht. En ook vandaag is het nog donker. Haatdragende, antisemitische relschoppers en criminelen hebben gisteravond en gisternacht Joodse Israëlische bezoekers te gast in onze stad belaagd en in elkaar geslagen. Mijn hart gaat uit naar de slachtoffers en naar hun familie hier en in Israël.
All I saw was a bunch of Moroccans beating up Israelis saying free Palestine, notably not anti-Semitic behavior. Well, that's great. You realize it's only going to get worse with Trump as president now, right? Like, look at the laws that have been passed by both Democrats and Republicans to ban BDS. They're going to legit make it, like, illegal to criticize Israel. Nice synthetic seraphim. Well, that was fun. The Amsterdam team they were playing against has a huge following of Muslim Moroccan immigrants. The Israelis were prodding that online for weeks before the match. Nice. It will be made illegal to criticize Israel and Germany. Resolution already passed. Don't worry. The upcoming AFD government will save you guys. You'll be able to criticize Israel, but only in a very anti-Semitic way. You won't be able to criticize Israel, only Jews. It's going to be like a very weird kind of horseshoe theory. Boobin. Yeah? You meowing? You got opinions? You got opinions? Do you have thoughts? It's time. Blah. Blah. Oh yeah, speaking of the German government, I wanted to really quickly familiarize myself with what the hell is going on over there. So the ruling coalition has collapsed and the AfD is poised to win, or something. Germany appears headed towards an unexpected election and complete political upheaval after its deeply unpopular ruling coalition collapsed this week. Wow, you're telling me that neoliberalism seeds ground to fascism? That's crazy. That's wild. Until Wednesday, Germany, which operates under a parliamentary system in which multiple parties compete for power, was governed by a fragile coalition of 3 parties with very different aims. That arrangement changed after Olaf Scholz, who belongs to the party that led the coalition, the center-left Social Democratic Party, fired his finance minister, who belongs to the fiscally conservative Free Democratic Party, over a budget dispute. In response, the Free Democratic Party pulled out of the coalition. Why did he do this? Leaving the Social Democratic Party and its other coalition partner, the climate change-focused Green Party, without a majority in the Bundestag, Germany's parliament. For the time being, the 2 parties will still govern the country, but it will be difficult to pass legislation. This tweet explains what happened. German government collapse explained. FDP enter government with SPD and Greens. FDP sabotage any meaningful economic reforms. FDP pull below threshold. FDP I demand public spending cuts, tax cuts, and stop in climate policies. SPD Greens no. FDP snap elections. Schultz, you're fired. Okay, gotcha. The FDP guy was basically torpedoing all economic initiatives. It's pronounced Bundestag? Is it really? Huh. Bundestag. Bundestag. Where is it? Where is it spelled? Bundestag. Bundestag. I'll try to remember that. Stag. Bundestag. Bundestag. Stag. They never say sta. It's sta. Bundestag. Okay. As a result, Germany faces political gridlock. Scholz has said he will call a vote of confidence in his government in January. Wow, that's close. He and the Greens are expected to lose, which would trigger an early election and likely elevate different parties and politicians. Does this link to the AfD, like, Wikipedia page? Okay, just flat out, like, yeah, who wins next? No, you said it wrong again. It is Stag, not Stag. The ST equals SHT is only in the beginning of the word. Oh. Bundestag, but if it was like the begin, it'd be like Stagenfreude. Or, okay. Bundestag. Okay. Just get a YouTube pronunciation video up and ruin the fun? The 3-party coalition was troubled from the beginning. Yeah, that's definitely true. And by what margin did the AfD win in the most recent federal elections? Okay, let's see what we have here. Yeah, it was the SPD, the Greens, and the FDP. Does the Union, the Union doesn't, they're not in a coalition with the AfD, right? No, they are not. Do you think that's going to change with time? Do you think there's a possibility that the CDU would be like, why not? Definitely? Okay, great. Fantastic. They already said so? Okay, okay. That's good. That's great. Germans' voting intention for the 2025 election. Dude, this is so fucking grim. The AfD and CDU on their own would be enough for a 50% coalition. They wouldn't even need a third party, though. I would bet you anything that the CDU underperforms and the AfD overperforms in the next federal election, especially now that there's been this crisis and there might be a snap election. I would not be surprised if the AfD outperformed expectations. Times of crisis tend to like amplify and elevate the rhetoric of the populist. They speak to immediacy and the necessity of acting quickly, they're better at that. What does the union even promise Germans? I know that you guys are all about, industrial efficiency and so on and so forth. I understand this. What is the what's the narrative? A lot of Germans here. It's a big country. 20 to 30% of chat is German. I don't believe that. That's not a reliable polling method. Okay, how racist is the union? Like, on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being like, I don't know, Israel right now. Very? Okay, how about relative to the AFD? Okay, if 10 is the AFD, where is the union? 6, 7. Okay, I'm averaging. I'm gonna average this out to like a 7, 6 or 7, 6.5. Well, 6.5. That's. But I'm not going any lower or higher. Yeah, the AFD might overperform. There's been a lot of racist swings since Merkel left office. Wow, you're telling me that incompetent neoliberal governance leads to the increased popularity of populist far right? I know. Real shock, I know. Do you think the Wagenknecht Alliance, the one where it's named after that lady, do you think that she would coalition with the Union and AFD? Because she's kind of like a Russia, red fash type. Yes, never. Yes, nah, probably. Thanks, guys. You're great. As always. If she does, her party will fracture. Yeah, but even if her party fractures, like, she would only need a few seats, You should talk to Der Dara on Twitch about that. Daramgar? Is Daramgar German? I don't think it actually likes me or anything. I just respect cooking as an art form, so I host it. Dara's a dumbass? Daramgar? What did Dara do to you? No, okay, a different person. Okay, Dara is a different person. Okay, okay. Thank you, Thana. Yeah, okay. Well, Der just means like the, right? In German? So I don't know if you were doing a bit where it's like, oh, Dara's German, so it's like, oh, the German Dara, but like in German, I don't know, yeah. Yeah, BSW is like red fash. Like tanky types, I guess. There's a chance the AFD could be banned, by the way, but now they might be banned after the election. Oh, that works. Look at what's happening with Jack Smith and Trump right now. Yeah, we'll ban the AFD after they get a winning coalition. That'll work. Always with the clutch. People seem to disagree, the mouse. Because banning the fascist party vaporizes its fascist supporters? I mean, to an extent it can, yeah. I do think that, like, militantly cracking down on, like, a Nazi party actually can go a long way. You just need to commit to it, That's the problem. They never commit to it because, like, 1 year after the breaking up, everyone forgets how bad they are or whatever. It's not just breaking up the party. They have to be, like, deplatformed from media as well. It has to be like this massive, widespread effort. You're essentially trying to denazify 20% of the population. You know that my content's lagging when Tempest comes in with the content suggestion. All right, okay, I'll take the hint. You know, my handlers are like, considering going over something interesting, King. Maybe. Maybe. Babylon Bee covering real news. It's so sickening, and they're making a good point here, though they're making it from the literal, like, opposite perspective. Kamala calls for peaceful transfer of power to Adolf Hitler. And at first you might think, like, oh, wow, they're calling Trump Adolf. No, they're making fun of her for calling Trump a fascist. And then when she loses, she's like, ah, well, the heart of the American spirit of the dream of the soul of the stars in the night sky will still shine in the... Like, if you really believe that Trump was a fascist, you'd think that you would act with a little bit more, I don't know, gusto? Remember, the stars in the sky are brightest during the night. Thanks. Classic Weimar moment. Could really use a wish right now. Wish right now. Seems like another Democrat came out to throw trans people under the bus. Yeah. I remember this one. Yeah. I don't fucking care about this guy. I don't care. That guy doesn't have as much pull as Richie Torres does because he's not in New York. He's in Massachusetts.
Hi, I'm Lindsay Reiser. It's 4 p.m. in New York, 3 p.m. in St. Paul, Minnesota, where Governor Tim Walz is delivering remarks on the election and his path forward.
So I know you have too, but let me just start out by saying it's great to be home. You came home. It's great to be home. And I do want to start a huge thank you and an I love you to Minnesota's First Lady, to Gwen. Thank you, Gwen. And to our amazing kids, Hope and Gus. They are everything to us, so thank you. And a big thank you to my family. My mom is here, who I want to say thank you to, Darlene.
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know if I necessarily care about this. Part of this feels like I'm watching the neutering of somebody that I like, and part of it feels like it's not really relevant to the historical moment. Tim Walz's advantage is that he's down to earth and a nice guy, but he's not a socialist the way that Bernie Sanders is. His politics are more populist, like, in general, but I don't think it's an ideologically grounded difference. I think it's more just he leans in that direction by being a likable, friendly, affable person, you know? So I feel like I'm mostly just going to see this and kind of consume the sadness, and I don't really, you know, I like the guy. I hold no ill will in my heart towards him, you know? Can we watch it, though? I want to see if he spits rad facts. He's not going to. He's not going to criticize the Democratic Party. He's not going to say much of anything.
So,
hold on. Bosch, he still has a chance? Okay, I get nice meme.
We did okay, didn't we? We did okay. She did a great job. I think she's as surprised as anybody that we're here, but and a huge thank you to Vice President Kamala Harris.
Watching this is just going to make you like him less.
First, for the faith that she placed in me, but more importantly, for the powerful and joyful campaign that she ran. I'm grateful for her leadership and forever grateful for her friendship. Also, a huge thank you to my staff, both the folks who worked on this campaign, who we got to know over the last 3 months, and to the amazing team right here in Minnesota. We showed the country these guys are the best in the business, and I'm proud to be your teammate in this. Thank you all. And to all of you.
You understand now what you're in for if we watch the entirety of this video? You can lie and say that you're interested, but I'm seeing my view count right now. I know how you feel about it. He doesn't have an ideologically grounded, like, point to make against what the Democrats have done. It's saddening, I know, and he'll probably continue to do work for a while, but...
I want to thank and in our society. We have refused to scapegoat immigrants in this state. And we were the first to establish an ironclad right to reproductive freedom.
He is the governor. He's talking about his governorship, which he's done quite well in. And I hope he continues to be their governor for quite a long time. What is this, Jenny Gridley? Wait, can he run for a third term? Am I actually stupid and dumb, or are gubernatorial term limits decided by the state? That's not a national thing, right? I don't know what Minnesota's gubernatorial term limits are. It's by the state? Okay, yeah. I don't know if Minnesota has a gubernatorial term limit. No term limits, Minnesota? Okay, then I hope he stays governor forever. Here, let's talk about something a little bit more future forward. The fuck is on my YouTube recommended? Would you pay $800 for silk jeans? I mean, honestly, you've got my attention. Garp and Aokiji hit the Omega Dap One Piece. From Crunchyroll. You can't be talking like that, little white baby. You're not. Omega Dap, honestly. The Dap? No, the Dap. You fool. People have been asking me about if I have any like predictions to offer when it comes to regionalism, like the idea that, well, maybe California can stay safe, maybe New York can. Listen, I have said a lot of negative stuff about Gavin Newsom, you know, the ostensibly Democratic governor of California. The reason I've said negative stuff about him is because he's evil. He's a bad person. That being said, if you are interested in like a kind of regional defense, during the Trump administration, California filed hundreds of lawsuits against the federal government pertaining to Trump's policies. He, you know, Gavin Newsom put the work in on that. Wait, am I blanking? Gavin Newsom, he was the governor back then, right? Or am I like completely blanking on that? California did, I know that much. Yeah. In office 2011 to 2019. Yeah. No, wait, he was lieutenant governor back then. He was governor from January 7th, 2019, which means that he had a 2-year period where he led California's like lawsuits, you know, and at least in a rhetorical sense, of course, he wasn't the one filing them, but he was very oppositional to Republicans. Anyway, it looks like he's planning on doing that again. Yeah, Jerry Brown, yeah. It feels like Gavin Newsom has been governor forever because he's been such a commanding presence.
Let me turn to California Attorney General Rob Bonta, who will be handling these potential legal fights against a Trump administration. It's good to see you. In response to Governor Newsom calling this special session, Donald Trump just this morning said that Gavin Newsom is trying to kill our nation's beautiful California. He's made some similar comments before. So
Newsom also sent state police to staged armed standoffs with federal agents during Trump's first term. It wasn't all legal courtroom battles. I don't remember that.
Why is this special session needed? What do you need and what's your plan?
Interesting comment from a non-Californian. The Californians think differently, including our leadership, and we made our voice heard very clearly through the election here. Trump was a big loser, lost by almost 2 million votes, and Trump and Trumpism was firmly rejected here in California. We're going to continue on our path to progress. We're going to continue moving forward, pursuing rights and freedoms, reproductive freedom, gun safety, compassionate and humane treatment of our immigrants, climate action. And we anticipate that we will need additional resources and funding for that. I'm grateful to have had the opportunity to speak with our governor 2 days ago.
His lips are so shiny. He does look like a fish. This is true. You know? Sort of an Ichthian warrior sent from the deep to help protect the nation's most populous state against fascism.
He was on the verge of calling the special session. The special session is about getting my office primarily the resources needed to continue our path forward, continue our progress in the likely event of some significant headwinds coming from Washington, D.C. So we are doubling down on who we are, what we stand for, our values, our people, our progress, fighting for our future. And we're going to have the resources ready to fight in court, push back, punch back, fight back as necessary if the Trump administration gets in the way.
I will say this, okay? I genuinely do think that Gavin Newsom is a symptom of the corruption of this country, of liberalism and its inability to kowtow. I will also say that he is an effective attack dog. He does not bother with civility. Remember when he debated Ron DeSantis like a year ago, just for the fun of the game? When Ron DeSantis was still a Republican presidential candidate, he stepped out and he was like, I'll debate you. I'm not even running. I'll debate you. And then he cooked him. Yeah, he tore him apart. Again, and I wanted, this is like a level of nuance that I need ingrained into this conversation. Gavin Newsom is not a good person at all. He just doesn't like Republicans very much. He hates them, actually. You know, maybe the issue with him is that he's like, in absence of like a, you know, Trump-led federal government, he's been going after homeless people. We just need to give him bigger fish to fry, you know? California's opposition to the Trump federal government could be meaningful in a wide variety of ways. First off, economically, California is fucking massive and incredibly powerful. And in addition to it being populous, its economy is largely built on things that they would have an easier time withholding from the nation. Agriculture, for example, you know? Like, New York's economy is tied up heavily in Wall Street, and Wall Street is run by people who hate you and voted for Trump. But in agriculture, it doesn't really work that way. I mean, maybe the bosses in agriculture, the industrial bosses, maybe they voted for Trump, sure, but it's still a process that involves millions and millions of people, you know? And likewise, the war against education that Republicans are waging does not serve well Silicon Valley, because there are lots of tech workers there, and there are lots of businesses that are hiring people who are capable of doing the work that Silicon Valley needs them to do, and they're having a hard time filling those slots with American workers because our education system isn't great, so they bring in people on like H-1B visas. I guess what I'm saying is that if there's any state that would be capable of holding out against Trump, it would be California. California is massive, extremely populous, with very strong like urban centers. It's a coastal state. It has a massive coastline, meaning that it's capable of maintaining a lot of trade independent of like being strangled by red-leaning neighboring states. Though thankfully, you know, they have Oregon to the north and Nevada to the east. No water. No water. No water. That's not that good. That's true. No water. That's not good, you know. That's a weak point, I'll admit. The ocean's right there, idiots. That's true. California does not control its own taxes. They will fold as soon as they threaten to withhold federal funds. I'm not sure what you mean. California pays more into the government than it receives through federal funding. if there was a real standoff about like you know, like financial distribution, the government would be the one hurting, not the state. They also have a state military. They have a very large state military. Yeah. And the California Highway Patrol, I'm pretty sure, has like the political power of like a fucking Hezbollah. Yeah, that's some NCR shit. What about Colorado, genuinely? The problem with Colorado is that it's incredibly weak. That's it. Colorado, small economy, small population. It's nice, but California is a behemoth. And you need to be a behemoth in order to meaningfully resist what the Trump administration is going to try to do, you know? Like, when they start trying to carry out these mass deportations, you need a state capable of resisting the federal agents that they will send in. And you need a governor who's willing to do it.
Governor Newsom is wasting no time reacting to a second Trump presidency. Today, he called a special session of the legislature, saying the goal is to outline a plan to defend California's policies from a Trump agenda. State Attorney General Rob Bonta also in San Francisco today answering those calls. Christy Smith has more from San Francisco.
During Donald Trump's first term in office, California was often seen as the heart of the so-called resistance, frequently battling the president's policies. And today it appears the state is set to become the face of that resistance again. Governor Gavin Newsom says he wants to make sure California values are, in his words, Trump-proof. So he's called for a special session of the legislature to create a strategy. Meantime, State Attorney General Rob Bonta was in San Francisco today.
It's not just California, Oregon, and Washington would follow California's lead. That'd be good. The main problem, like in all these cases, is they need to have like incredible backbone. Civility isn't going to do it. Gavin Newsom is not a civil person. You need to like full on like both feet planted in the ground. Look at what Texas did to Biden. Texas says they don't want federal agents down there by the border. Oh, sorry, Biden's not sending them then, even though it's literally the national border. Oh, Texas and Florida don't want federal agents inside their polling places. They don't want any federal observers. Oh, sorry. Nothing you can do then. You need a governor who can put their foot down. Yeah, Texas dog-walked Biden, and Gavin Newsom is going to have to work 10 times as hard to do so. And it'll be easier for him to do so the more states side with him. So if Nevada, Oregon, and Washington are also in on this, if they are firmly planting their feet down and saying, yeah, no, we're fighting literally everything in the courts. Like if you want to run this by us without going to the courts, you will literally be doing so like through a line of our guardsmen. Just keep in mind at the end of the day, the National Guard go to the president. A governor can call in the National Guard, but the president is the ultimate authority on their use. He's the commander-in-chief. So there is a limit to how much you can do and how much you can get away with.
His plans to address
Nevada has a Republican governor. Yeah, but not like that Republican. I don't think he's going to side with California or anything, but it would be nice if he wasn't like collaborationist.
Concerns about the president-elect's policies.
As the reality of a second Trump administration takes hold, I know there is a lot of fear and anxiety, frustration.
Bonta talked about how his office is prepared for potential challenges.
As Attorney General, I will continue to use the full force of the law, the full authority of my office to address injustice.
That's great.
To stand up for all people.
Damn, that's a nice bridge. Yeah. I hope they don't give it a name that isn't the color that it is.
Especially those who have been long overlooked and undervalued. To safeguard reproductive rights. To advocate.
Golden Gate Bridge is a great name, fuck you. Crimson Gate Bridge. Yeah, that's right, I just blew your fucking mind. Oh, yeah, did you pass over the Crimson Gate Bridge today? Yeah, that's like some Narnia shit. Hell yeah.
For more housing.
Newsom says the goal of the special legislative session is to boost legal resources to protect reproductive and civil rights, climate
It's the Golden State. Then paint it gold.
policy, and immigrant families here in the Golden State.
Which will coincide with our regular session, which starts on December 2nd when we're sworn in, so that we can fully protect California and our values, given that Donald Trump will be president again and he will control the Senate and possibly the House as well.
State Senator Scott Wiener's office says the funds will help defend the state's policy priorities and values, while Assembly Republican leader James Gallagher sees the special session this way.
It's totally political.
Wow, really? A special session called in anticipation of a presidential win is political? You're a fucking idiot. I hate these people.
Is trying to set himself up to run for president in 2028.
Oh, he definitely is. Yeah, that's definitely true. 100%. That is true. That is true.
And that's what this is really about. And meanwhile, California struggles with some of the highest cost of living, crime.
That's true.
Homeless.
Well, wait. Depends on your debt. I think that in terms of violent crimes, you're still like looking at the Sun Belt for that. In terms of like breaking into my car window, yeah, I'd say California's not doing too great.
In San Francisco, Christy Smith, NBC Bay Area News.
It's not just Newsom. Pritzker is also has also, God, I love looking at his face. He looks so cartoonish. Pritzker has also made claims to this effect, saying that he wants to be like a fortress state, essentially. And it's actually very possible Pritzker might end up being the more powerful force in the long run, because the Great Lakes states are going to become more important with time because of their access to fresh water. Like Chicago is a very big, powerful city, and it also doesn't have anywhere near the housing problems that California is having, at least not yet. So maybe. Oh, thank you, Thana. Fantastic. Yeah. Here.
First this afternoon, Governor Pritzker promises Illinois will protect vulnerable communities as Trump returns to the White House.
Political reporter Paris Schutz spoke with the governor today about this week's election. Paris?
California makes 70% of our food. Yeah, that's why they're the ultimate team up, Illinois has access to water. California makes all the food. Together, like arms linked as the tariffs come in, Yeah, simply starve them out. It's a siege.
Well, yeah, Sylvia, the governor is making his first appearance since Trump's victory, and by his statements, he says Illinois will continue.
Who makes the internet? Probably also California, to be honest with you. Don't investigate that statement. I don't know and I don't care.
To be part of the resistance if Trump's agenda becomes extreme, and he says he will be a, quote, happy warrior leading that resistance.
To anyone who intends to come take away the freedom and opportunity and dignity of Illinoisans.
Could California refuse to enforce Trump's tariffs? You mean like everything coming in on West Coast ports? They wouldn't, the charge wouldn't go through, and they would just flat out like withhold funding, like they would prevent any federal agents from tracking, or that would be like insanely illegal, and that's the kind of stuff that gets the actual US military to invade California. But if they could pull that off, that'd be pretty based. It would also make California like the #1 like deflationary trade hub in the entire country. They couldn't do it, but it would be based.
I would remind you that a happy warrior is still a warrior. You come for my people. You come through me.
And a second Trump term could mean a lot of uncertainty for Illinois and Chicago. Will the president-elect order mass deportations of Illinois' undocumented population, given that Illinois is a sanctuary state, meaning that local law enforcement can't cooperate with federal immigration authorities? Pritzker says that Illinois will remain...
Pritzker has mob connections. California gets the goods in, they'll launder it. So you're suggesting basically that the way out of fascism is to return to like a 1930s-esque like organized crime like Huey Long corruption to undermine the fascist government. Like the Trump sends the military into California, but they can't move anywhere because all their fuel has already been sold by like Italians, you know, working on the inside to make a few extra bucks or whatever. They open up their rations as they're like, you know, they're parked in federal land in Nevada getting ready for the big wave, and they open up their rations and everything in there has already been eaten and looted by some guy in like a, you know, like a processing plant in Illinois. That's the way. Honestly, J.B. Pritzker should run for president in 2028. He's very FDR-like. Let's not go crazy. He's probably a better man than Newsom. Suddenly, I'm very pro-states' rights. Funny how that shifts around, huh? Still a billionaire, though? I'm really sorry, but, like, being a billionaire makes you, on average, less evil than Gavin Newsom. Like, Gavin Newsom has, through spectacular personal achievement, reached a greater height in this field than merely being a billionaire. Newsom, Pritzker, 2028. Give up our governors. Trans rights to healthcare have been in Oregon state documents for years, have been pro-states' rights wake up. The main issue with Washington and Oregon is that Portland, Seattle, Springfield, and Tacoma aren't that strong. And in the eastern parts of both of these states, there are like 1 million neo-Nazis who are waiting to retake the western part. So the main issue in these states are like, I feel like any kind of meaningful opposition would be met with a wave of violence and stochastic terror that the police would allow to happen.
In a sanctuary state, and if the president retaliates by withholding federal public safety grants, he will take the president to court. There's also more at stake. With the president's promise to eliminate the federal Department of Education, school districts like CPS could lose federal funding, and the state relies on federal dollars for infrastructure. Pritzker says he's already making calls to make sure.
I don't know how much you can really do, like, through the court when everything would just end up going to the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court would side with Trump every time. Like, do we really think the Supreme Court is going to remain, like, impartial or moderate or whatever when Trump is in power? My assumption is they're basically just going to, like, have the most obviously egregious rulings anytime it's suitable to them, you know? J.B. Pritzker almost single-handedly financed a state referendum to institute progressive taxation in Illinois while being governor. So you're saying he's like an Engels figure?
That federal spigot does not run dry.
Federal infrastructure dollars, again, are decided on an apolitical, non-political basis. That's how they're supposed to be decided. And indeed, we've, trust me, I've, contacted lots of people in the federal government that I know, elected officials or, appointed political officials, to make sure that they know what Illinois needs. And I can say, for certain that, the independence of those divisions of the agencies really are making the decisions.
But Trump has vowed to dismantle many of those agencies. As for lessons the Democratic Party needs to learn from Tuesday's surprising result, Pritzker says it's too early to tell. But he says down-ballot Democrats won many of their races here in Illinois, even in areas where...
Yeah, I'd agree, Thana. California and Illinois seem like better places than most to hold it out.
And when it comes to how counties across California voted in the presidential race, the results so far favor Kamala Harris as expected, with the vice
perish, then the rest of our rights and liberties will topple just like dominoes, one by one. They'll go down. That's why
What is this? What is this? Section 230 is specifically mentioned. Okay.
today I'm announcing my plan to shatter the left-wing censorship regime and to reclaim the right to free speech for all Americans. And reclaim is a very important word in this case because
this isn't new. Didn't he put these out like nearly a year ago? Yeah, we've seen this.
They've taken it away. In recent weeks, bombshell reports have confirmed that a sinister group of deep state bureaucrats.
Okay, this is, yeah. Also, never link me Instagram videos. You can't even fast forward through them. It's crazy.
Vice President getting 57% of the vote in the Golden State compared to Trump's 40%. But when we look into how some of our specific counties in the area voted, it really is a different story. So in our area, let's check out Sutter County. That usually skews Republican, and really the latest numbers just continue that trend with President Trump leading Harris pretty handily, as you can see right there. Then in Yuba County, similar situation there. Trump leading Harris in the latest voting numbers there as well. You can see.
Yeah, we get it.
Very
we lost.
handily.
About things underneath the Capitol. I thought very interesting was our map of California. Half of it or more geographically, as he says, protect California's values from a political.
All right, I don't know what they're cooking. Just had a bunch of videos linked up on the subject of Gavin Newsom resisting Trump era policies. We'll see how it goes. The fuck is this? Why are you just linking videos? Trump wins the White House again. I don't know who this is. Jonathan Pye? I don't know who this is. New York Governor Kathy Hochul said she would also fight against another Trump term. If you know anything about Kathy, you should know she's completely full of shit and should never be trusted. He's a British comedian. Why would I want to look at that? What do you think about the Trump presidency leading to a brain drain in the United States? My cis-het white male boss is also considering leaving the country for his 8-year-old daughter. Unfortunately, I don't think that's actually going to happen. And the main reason for that is because I think that we are going to have, for a while at least, like a bull market for the professional, managerial, and, labor aristocrat classes. Like if you're a doctor or you're a lawyer or whatever, there's going to be a lot of work and there's going to be a lot of pay here. The bubble will pop eventually, yeah. The Australian government plans to ban under 16s from social media platforms. Here's what we know so far. Honestly, I don't care, Based. Dude, I'm sorry. Like every other 15-year-old boy thinks that rape should be legal. Like I don't know. Like this is kind of like an outcome dependent thing, where if we ever made the internet less a haven for predators, pedophiles, scammers, fishers, crypto marketers, and neo-Nazis, like if we ever made the internet a better place than it is now, then I would feel differently. But like, Jesus Christ, right now? I don't know if there's much you can even do about that. He's banning YouTube? Well, that's social media, yeah. How would you enforce that? Yeah, I have no commentary on like the viability of the law, only on like the underlying social cause. No, I get that, Miss Genderlin. It's just it's like a weighing that against other stuff kind of thing, you know? Maybe we just shouldn't let young boys onto social media and the girls are fine. It's the only way. 16-year-old boys have always had that inclination. I don't think that's true. I don't think that. Like, misogyny has always been an issue with 16-year-old boys, and maybe it always will be to some extent. But like, to the extent that it is now, where legit, like, I remember being in high school. I'm 30, so I graduated high school like 13 years ago. So 17 years ago, I was entering high school. I remember what people talked about at the lunch table, and it was never politics. Nobody talked politics. People just chilled. Or talked about whatever, you know? Culture. But now, as far as I can tell, based on like what I've heard from people and what people in chat say and what teachers say, you literally have like 12-year-old Aiden Ross fans like running full sprint down the hallway, like calling girls whores, and like it's crazy. I don't know. Did Vosh do the slavery shit yet? What are you talking about? I'm a human being just like you. Of course I'm a slave to shitting. They probably mean the California slavery thing, but I've talked about that like 5 times. It's not complicated. Every major Californian city is like a dilapidated shithole with homeless people and break-ins and so on and so forth. A lot of them minor and non-violent, but still, stuff gets broken into. Every, like, Walgreens you go into, you have to ask for them to, like, unlock the cabinet so you can get the tissue paper or whatever. Vosh, I'm a teacher in Australia. The amount of times this year that I've had swastikas drawn on our walls and sexual assault cases done by 17 or 15-year-olds is fucking mental. That's awful. This story? But I already talked about it. There's nothing to say about it. A bunch of racist text messages were sent. I don't think a ban is going to work. Probably not. Proof this wasn't a thing before. Millennial men are growing more liberal rather than conservative like previous generations. Yeah, but how would that be with Gen Zs? I mean, we've seen this graph before. We've all seen this graph before, but Gen Z isn't even on here, you know? Yeah, millennials got more liberal with time, and I think maybe the internet's a part of that, but what about Gen Z? Like, millennials are in their 30s and 40s now. It's an old graph, Wunk Defender. The man problem, why are men moving right? Oh, holy shit. I know this lady. I also know that microphone, because I used to use one. American flag, pretty problematic at this time. 8 days ago, oh, this was before the election. 28 minutes, and we have 25 minutes till stream ends. And I have 3 donos. I don't know about that one, Chief, which is a shame. Because I'd like to go over this, or at least go over the underlying ideas. Can I be real with you guys? People are going to hate me for this one. I stand by the criticisms that I've made of Shoe on Head. And I feel like, by the way, it should always be taken in the context of, like, this wasn't merely a criticism, but this seismic criticism in the midst of us being actual friends. You know, it's a substantiated criticism. It was clearly made at some degree of, like, social expense, you know? I mean, we don't talk anymore. But I will say this. If Shoe had been a respected voice, in the Democrat consultancy circles, Kamala might not have lost. That's all I'll say, okay? I have criticized her so many times for the populist brain rot, but oh boy, if anyone could use populist brain rot driven right into their skulls right now, it would be the Democrats. I don't get say you may say it's an overcorrection. Honestly, at this point, I find it difficult to imagine the DNC overcorrecting. I think that any correction in that direction at any velocity would be much appreciated. So, you know, Shu is a wild combo of left populism and the Salon Lib with Nazi boyfriend. Yeah. It's a very powerful combination, it seems. There's probably stuff in here that I maybe can watch in the future. The problem that I'm having right now is like, okay, I have a bunch of positions right now that feel like they're almost mutually exclusive, and I bet a lot of this is me agreeing with her, and a lot of this might be me disagreeing with her, but maybe I'll see it in the future. I don't know. We'll have to see. But like, my main thought is, like, I do think the left as a whole, and even the Democrats, have done a bad job addressing what men want. The problem is a lot of what men want is insane, violent, illegal, and extremely bad, like deeply immoral. Like there is a significant portion of young men specifically, but men broadly, who are being radicalized to the right on the message that women are evil and should be raped. That's not even an exaggeration. Like, that is the recurrent. We're seeing people chanting like "your body, my choice," right? Like Nick Fuentes said that, but a lot of them have been saying that. Some people have said they've heard like school children saying it to girls now. I don't know. Maybe there's a bunch of like anecdotal stuff you can throw in there, but the underlying point is like male resentment of women in a period of increasing loneliness and isolation and so on has led a lot of these men to fucking despise women. You know, like, we have moved the Trump like director of staff from his former administration literally put out a video, like a TikTok or something, just a few weeks ago, where he made a joke about repealing the 19th. But it wasn't even a joke. He just said he wants to repeal the 19th. So I don't know what the joke is, really. He just says that. There are a lot of young Republicans who also believe that. The messaging that like women shouldn't be able to vote, this is like relatively new. Women's suffrage has been around for a century, you know? There have always been people who have wanted to revoke it, but like, it's gotten a lot worse lately. Let's not pretend that back in 2008, the John McCain's campaign had a bunch of like 19-year-olds putting Sonnengrads in campaign messaging videos, and they were talking about repealing the 19th. That was just not the direction things had taken at that time. People weren't screaming about repealing the 19th when, fucking Mitt Romney was running, Look, it's like I said earlier. Something a lot of women don't understand about men is that there are a lot of men who live in a black hole of social isolation. And I don't really think there's a comparison in women. There are some women who live in this environment, but men who have no one, have nothing, don't talk to anyone, can't talk to anyone. They feel like they want to die if they ever even interact with somebody. They're regarded with disgust because they're unattractive and unsociable and so on. Are there women like this? Sure. Is it mostly men? Yes. Is it mostly men by an enormous, overwhelming majority? Yes, absolutely, undeniably. If you disagree with this, then you have simply not interacted with enough people. And this isn't even a measure of like whether or not they deserve it. A lot of these men, I think, are genuinely odious, both in like their smell and in their behavior. I'm not defending that. I'm not even saying that their treatment is necessarily unfair. I'm just saying it is what it is. This is all true. How much of this is a product of like men being taught to be adversarial, men not share their emotions, whatever? There are a lot of, and this is, I think, where the left fails so often. The left is very quick to prescribe solutions that basically come down to skill issue. Shower, clean up your appearance, get better at socializing, fix your teeth, unlearn all of this socialization that you have had your entire life from male role models who teach you not to express emotions and to tell you that you need to be contemptuous of women because they're gatekeepers of sex. Like, get past all of that, and then maybe you can go on a date. And because this is how dates work, 9 times out of 10, that first date's not going to go that well, and then you feel like you're back at step 1. Wow. You know? What a raw deal. And again, a lot of these men are kind of shitty, and maybe there is a skill issue to that, but people are often also shitty because they're put in circumstances where it feels like not being shitty isn't rewarding them. And your response to that might be, well, why would you not be shitty just for the reward of not being shitty? And my answer to that is, fuck you. Everyone does that, dude. If you get told time and time again that your effort doesn't get rewarded, people put in less effort. That's literally how everyone works all the time. Yeah, you should still strive to be moral in all circumstances, but realistically, if you're already in like a bad place emotionally or socially, like, you aren't going to like have 1,000 interactions with women that are met with disregard, disinterest, or outright disgust, and then be like really primed to be super nice on the 1,001st. That's just human nature, man. It's not a man or a woman thing necessarily. That's just like pattern recognition, you know? Yeah, and it doesn't always take much to start the spiral. You have a bad few weeks and you let your health slip, and because your health slips, you feel bad. Because you feel bad, you start to treat the people around you a little worse. The people around you already didn't like you too much, but now that you're being a little worse to them, they're like, oh, fuck this guy. I was just tolerating him before, but now if he's going to be an asshole to me. So they start treating you a lot worse because they think you've given up on them, but you were just having a bad few weeks. So now you're getting treated even worse, even though you were already in a bad place. And it's just, and congratulations, welcome to the rest of your life. I think it's possible to skill issue your way out of stuff like this, but like, that's why people say skill issue, because it's not guaranteed. Like, the point of the joke of saying skill issue is that not everyone can be really unnaturally good at pulling themselves out of negative feedback loops, right? Like, obviously, if everyone was really good at that, then it wouldn't be an issue. Like, everyone would just be like, oh yeah, just give me like 1 day, I'll break out of it. Why would addiction be an issue? Can you skill issue your way out of alcoholism? Sure, you can skill issue your way out of basically anything if you're really, really skilled, but that's not the norm. That's not the new norm. Can you skill issue your way out of like a fentanyl habit? I mean, I guess maybe. It's not likely. It can happen. But I feel like if you're prescribing solutions that fall in the ballpark of like, well, you should do better, you might be missing the point. And I'm sure I bet you anything. I bet you anything that Shu talks about this. I'm willing to bet it. Look, a lot of men suck. And I'm not saying that in an essentialist way, which is a difference between me and I guess like Radfems or the 4B movement. I think it's a socialization thing. I think you might break even a little bit on the argument. Maybe men are innately slightly more violent. Testosterone. And it's not all men, I know. I'm talking like marginal percentages. But I think if you raised everyone, you know, like in a neutral environment, men and women would be, for the most part, pretty much, you know, like most men can pee standing, I guess. So that's a huge dub for us. But I really do think that, like, for the most part, pretty much like the same, you know? It's kind of like how when you see drawings of men and women next to each other, or like cartoons with men and women next to each other, the men are like big and bulky and broad-shouldered, and the women are like effete and waifish. You ever see those old Warner Brothers cartoons of the Justice League and Superman and Batman? The ones where Batman, like every man is this like triangle of this massive figure, and women are all like literally maybe a fifth the weight by appearance. Believing that men and women have these massive innate differences because of how they operate in society is like believing that men and women have these massive like sexual dimorphic differences based on what you see in the cartoons. You know what I mean? I think if you just look at your average man and woman, what do they look like? The man might be hairier. You're both like slubbish fat piece of shit. And in terms of behavior, like you raise people by wolves, I think for the most part you want the same thing, which is like you want meat and sex and to like pee and poo, lay down, I don't know, that kind of stuff. So when I say men suck, I'm really not referring to any innate tendencies. I'm just saying that I think men are in this really awkward position where they don't have a narrative going forward. Women have a very strong narrative because they are overcoming a difficulty. That is the greatest narrative of all. The idea that there is adversity, so you must overcome it. That is the strongest narrative there is. There is no narrative that compels people to action greater than that one. Women used to be essentially domestic servants, like by default, and now they can live their own lives. And that doesn't necessarily like make their lives easy or make it more easy to choose between raising a kid or having a career or doing both at the same time, but it's a narrative. What's the narrative for men? The narrative for men, there are two of them. One of them is don't be toxic. Not a compelling narrative. And the other narrative is reclaim your glorious birthright and, you know, win everything to which you are entitled. That's a stronger narrative. That's a stronger narrative. I have long believed that men need leftist role models. And there are men who are leftist who are role models to many, like Hassan, for example. And Hassan has many young men who watch him. I have many young men who watch me. Doesn't change the fact that on average, young men are all like Adolf Hitler now. And a lot of these young men are being pulled to the right with promises that for which there is no match. There is no narrative that you can provide that is going to do a better job of tapping into this like insane psychosexual like fear that young teenage boys have than the idea like women are evil, they hate you because of feminism, and rape should be legal. Like that is and you think that's an exaggeration? I promise you, take a look at like the young, edgy, neo-Nazi Groyper such and such is. I promise you, they're talking about it. They're talking about it. And I'm not saying rape got invented yesterday or anything. I'm just saying like the open endorsement of it as like a political project as opposed to it being an almost universally agreed upon sin, I guess. You understand what I'm talking about, right? Vosh, only 58% of men voted for Trump. I feel like statements about the demographic being right-wing are being overblown. Gwendolyn, that's a lot. That's a lot, man. And I'm not even just talking about their political disposition. I'm talking about what pulled them over, okay? And I promise you this, 16-year-olds who like Trump do not like... 16-year-old boys, I should say, who like Trump do not like Trump because of his tariff policies or his immigration policies or anything like that. It's because of women. As I've said a million times before, the root of fascism is sexual insecurity, and it is winning the hearts and minds of young men with promises that, I'm sorry, you just can't really do anything about. What is the counter-argument to you feel sexually frustrated as a 14-year-old boy who hasn't had sex yet? By the way, welcome to the club. You think the average 14-year-old boy is having sex now or had sex then? The only time the average 14-year-old boy was having sex was in the pre-industrial period, probably, or something. I don't know, maybe like 1920s New Jersey. They're all running around playing baseball or something. I don't fucking know. It's not typical, but you have these 14-year-old boys who think, and a lot of them are porn addicts because they get into porn really young and they think like, you know, I'm entitled to this. This is super desirable. And past a point, you realize like sex is cool and all, but like, holy shit, man, have you ever fucking gold starred your favorite game on Steam? Have you ever gotten every achievement in Witcher 3 and the 2 DLCs? There's a lot of stuff that can drive your interest in life. Have you ever drawn a nice drawing? Or beaten a PB while working out? Or like run a mile in sub 7 minutes? There's a lot to life, but when you're 14, is there a lot to life? I remember being 14. I'm not going to sugarcoat it, man. I remember, I've always had a high libido. You've probably gotten that from the jokes that I make. I remember being 14 and sitting in the shower and unironically thinking, before it was even like a meme or whatever, like, pussy would fix me. And I'm rotating it in my head, like as a 14-year-old boy sitting in the shower, you know? Because you're literally 14, you're in the middle of puberty. You're insane. You're insane and you're a psychopath. How could you not be? Your body's taking shots at you, man. You understand. And that's how they feel. That's how they feel, and they're anxious, and they're insecure, and they're afraid of women, because young boys are always afraid of women, and they're incredibly susceptible to some messaging, you know? And if the messaging is like your entire media atmosphere, from your group chat, your Discord server, to the podcast that you listen to, the gaming YouTubers who are all like right-wing or whatever, all of them are just casually and consistently misogynistic, not in the old way, not in like a patronizing way, like haha woman get back in the kitchen joke. That's still not a great lesson to teach young men, but you know, it's kind of innocuous compared to this new wave of virulent, malicious sexism where they know they hate women and they're acting on it. Does that make sense? There's a huge difference between making back to the kitchen jokes, which every young guy did because they just stupidly repeat them. They're not even that funny. I mean, they're funny when I make them with my group friends, but like for the rest of you, yours weren't funny. And like the current like 13-year-old boys for which the punchline is like women should not have sexual bodily autonomy. You get me? Faraway Faye, I'm talking about like high schoolers. This has nothing to do with legal sex work. This has nothing to do with like, this has nothing to do with anything except everything. It has something to do with everything. Men need a narrative. And I'm not saying this is like the left fucking up on this necessarily. This is like a larger, this is like a much larger, this is like a widespread, huge problem. And what is the narrative? Don't be toxic ain't gonna cut it, okay? It's not. It doesn't work. You are not winning over this narrative with like, you know, walking up to young man like, hey, unlearn your toxic masculinity. It's just not. It's a good sentiment. It's a good message. It's correct. But again, we're dealing with rhetoric. We're dealing with optics here. How do you convince them? Women are motivated by the narrative that they're overcoming adversity. What adversity are men overcoming? Well, I actually think there's a decent amount. I think that the adversity men are fighting against is a little more ephemeral, a little more abstract. Under expectation. The assumption that they are bad or violent. The loneliness. The feelings they have that they can't really get along with other people. Patriarchy, I hate to say it. You can't say that word, dude. Sorry. You're right, though. Shh. What do you think the impact of the 4B movement will be? Nothing. It's an insane movement. It doesn't work in South Korea, and it's not going to work here for a number of reasons. For one, women also like to fuck and be in relationships and marry and so on and so forth, okay? Like the idea that they're going to willfully abstain from that? No. Political lesbianism also didn't work here. Also, you really think that like separating men and women socially is going to make the men less reactionary? How's that working in Saudi Arabia? I made that point earlier, but like literally it's so stupid. It's literally the 4B movement is a bunch of like rad femmes who hate men. And you know what? If you want to hate men, fine. It probably isn't going to affect them that much. You don't owe them your time or whatever. But don't delude yourself into thinking that hating men is some kind of like radical political project. That's how all the rad femmes ended up becoming transphobes. They're also not capable of making anti-essentialist claims about men. Rad femmes think the reason men are the way they are is from some base essential biological difference in a lot of cases. The 4B movement feels the same way. They're transphobic. No, not a good project. It's not going to work, okay? Men need like a narrative, but the problem is that when you're young and really stupid, the narratives that work best are the ones that are in like, you know, you're conquering, triumph or whatever. It's stuff that appeals to your sense of victimhood, but also stuff that makes you feel like you're a conquering hero for beating it. And I just don't know where you go with that. You say you need role models for young men on the left. What narrative do you give? Because if you want to just talk logic, the logical, like the engagement, the stuff you can say that's like empirically driven or whatever, and this is obvious, so forgive me for saying it anyway, but you're a 14-year-old boy, you're literally a fucking retard. You're literally a fucking idiot on every level. You're weak, you're scrawny, your brain is underdeveloped, you're not doing your homework, you can't even fucking keep yourself or your room clean. Shut up. But is that going to change their mind? No. Even though it's true. It's completely true. Like, it's undignified for me to even pretend that you need to employ, like, a logical approach to dealing with the rhetoric that pulls over these like these fucking cretins. Not to say young girls are necessarily doing any better up here in the old noodle. More so that the narratives that are pushed their way, the messaging, not quite the same, not quite as bad. As it turns out, young women aren't being radicalized to the right with messaging like raping you should be legal. That's just not, that doesn't work as well with women. I'm not sure why. Maybe we should get like a Democrat consultant on that or something. I'm sure they'd have a lot of insightful takes on the messaging. I don't know. I think it's really just about media environment, you know? I genuinely think that like maybe you have to appeal to contempt the same way that Democrats need to in a broader sense, where you need to like cement in the minds of young people how stupid and wretched and miserable and cringe it is to unironically adopt a political ideology because you can't get laid. And then you need to drive that home. And that can be like the opening argument that is kind of like buffered over time with more substantial arguments. You know what I mean? Like over time, you get the better arguments that actually meaningfully contribute to your ideological framework and understanding of the world. But the opening one, when you're young and driven largely by hormones and vindictiveness, you are sold something a little bit more like id-based. Does that make sense? Do you understand? Does this work? Okay. Bernie was popular with men for this reason. He knew how to tap into real anger and concerns. Yeah, and Bernie did really well with men when Kamala Harris didn't. And you know what? I'd be willing to bet that one of the main reasons we're having trouble with this whole like populist progressive onboarding of men is the fact that men who supported Bernie Sanders were called sexist by the Democratic establishment. Yep, I still remember that. I remember the toxic Bernie bros narrative where there was this massive overblown in both 2016 and 2020, especially with Elizabeth Warren, where they were like Elizabeth Warren, the snake, was lying and saying like Bernie Sanders said she couldn't win because she was a woman. And the implication was that Bernie Sanders was sexist when maybe what actually happened behind the scenes was Bernie Sanders said that being a woman isn't electoral viability because America is sexist. The idea that Bernie Sanders would unironically say like, no, women can't lead, when it's contrary to everything he's ever believed and said. Insane. And they always looked for an excuse to blame it on men. Oh, Bernie bros, they're sexist or whatever. That narrative was bullshit from the beginning. And you know what? I think that might kind of contribute. Like, if you're a young man, what does the Democrat Party offer you? What do the Democrats have for you? The Republicans have like a million things to tell you. We have such sights to show you. They have so many things to show you about how feminism is ruining women and rape should be legal and blah, blah, blah. What about the Democrats? I don't think it's a coincidence that every young Democrat I've ever seen has been the exact same guy. And it's this like scrawny, white, broccoli-haired, like policy wonk who epically owns the people that he talks to in debate by knowing stuff about policies. You know? No, I'm not saying that kind of guy is bad or that person's wrong or anything. It's definitely an inflexible, so femboys, no, you're a porn addict. That's not what that word means. You don't know what you're talking about, and you need to seek Christ. Sorry, I just had to nip that one in the bud. So what are you then, Vosh? I'm really sorry to disillusion you guys. I'm not a young man anymore. I'm 30. I'm not part of this group. The problems that people dealt with in high school are, in my time in high school, are not the same that young men are dealing with in high school now. They're completely different. I'm old. I'm on the brink of death. In before twink death. I've only gotten hotter with time. I'm not going to lie. I think most people agree. So I feel like I'm going to age pretty well, to be honest with you. Just need to get on like a Peloton or something and lose that last bit of baby fat. We're going to have cheekbones out the wazoo. That shit's going to be flaring out the sides of my face like a wingspan. Anyway, It's just a difficult problem. Has anyone in chat watched this video? Can anyone confirm or deny the extent to which what I've said overlaps with in a Venn diagram sense what Shuan had said? Yeah, you pretty much got it. About 30%. Yeah, I'll take it. I don't hold any ill will towards her. She's a new mom. Yeah, I heard that. I heard that. Congratulations to her. I haven't seen the video, but I am a professor, and I can say a lot of the guy students I have lean in on the orc stupidity mentality. It's wild. It's a groupthink thing, you know? No guy wants to be the, like, introspective, thoughtful one if it means, like, you know, getting lambasted by their peers and also, you know, reflecting on how they've been a bad person for a while or whatever. Vosh, I live in North Idaho. I can definitively say the young men are being pushed right because of the narrative that men are bad. Shit like Bear in the Woods. The left has completely lost its compassion and the right provides it. See, this I disagree with because this to me trends into the territory of like, we have to pretend that it's not an issue. You know? I think you need the 1-2 punch of it is an issue and here's what you can do. The right's not offering them compassion, for one. It's offering them contempt against the enemy, which is woman. And, additionally, like, I really do think that the problem is that the man-bear thing is supposed to be a conversation starter, not a conversation ender. Bear v. Man discourse was such a disaster, man. You're very online. Shu disagrees with you on the Man v. Bear stuff. I know she does. I don't even need to know her position to know that. I know she would. It's supposed to be a conversation starter, not a conversation ender. Like, has anything that I've said in this rant of mine indicated, A, that I think there's something essentially wrong with men, B, that I don't care about men, or C, that I don't want to help men with any issues that they have, as long as they don't involve them thinking they need to rape more women? I don't think there's any ambivalence here. Most people aren't going to just sit down and watch this or whatever. I just, you know, I'm sorry, the whole like militant anti-feminist women should have no rights wing is just I'm not going down that road. You're right, but touching on a subject that men feel very insecure about. I get that. But that's the question, isn't it? Like, why are men so insecure about it? Why are young men so offended by the idea that women are afraid of them? Well, I think there's a lot that goes into that, but like, what kind of man responds to the knowledge of that fear by leaning into it? That's pretty crazy, right? A lot of men do that. They're like, oh, women are afraid of me? Maybe they should be. And it's like, okay, so what was the argument here then? Like, you are evil then? Wow, how, what are we getting from that then? We are evil? Great. Fantastic. Well done. Because a woman wouldn't fuck you? Christ. It's not like women being afraid of men has kept men from having consensual relationships with women. Like the idea, like, you think it's new, women being afraid of men on average? Like that, oh yeah, back in the 1920s, women were like super, super chill. There was no fear back then. It's an insecurity. And it's an insecurity born of men not liking being reminded that they are lonely. I'm telling you, man, 99% of the guys you see on social media or in person who are bemoaning the man v bear meme or the this and the that, they're not getting pussy. Can you imagine something like that offending a married man? There's a reason why that discourse popped off on TikTok and not like, you know, Reddit or something where it's all, young Gen Xers, late millennials or whatever. It's offensive to insecure men. Is it so wrong to feel insecure about being lonely? No. But if your response to women saying they feel threatened by men in an era where men are being more and more threatening politically is to feel bad about that and make it about you, yeah, that is pretty fucked. It's cool to be insecure about being lonely. Clearly, it's something that bothers you. That's what loneliness is. If you're lonely, you feel bad about it. Being insecure about something you feel bad about, like, okay, that's pretty normal. That's pretty human. But then to respond to the impetus of like, oh, well, women are afraid of you, to make that about you, that's on you. It's about how you react to those feelings. I figured that, Yohoy. So what do you do about that? I don't know. If anyone's watching this right now and you are yourself a sexually insecure 14-year-old boy, listen, first of all, been there. So is like every guy, okay? It's not like an era thing. People are lonely. A lot of it's because you, with your damn phones and video games, okay? Yeah, you have to meet people in person to meet people. That's how it works, you know? Also, I'm not going to lie, a lot of men who feel ostracized by women put very little effort into being appealing to women, you know? And other than in like a pickup artist kind of way, like maybe just talk to women and kind of get a feel for them a little bit, like have a little chat, little conversation. I don't know. I'm not skill issuing it. I'm just saying like sometimes there is like a bedrock, or there's like a foundation that has yet to be built. It's a lot easier if you have literally any female friends, because then it's like, oh, women are like basically exactly the same. There's just some things they tend to be a little different on, largely due to socialization. Now that I have this information, it's like so easy to talk to them, you know, but it's... So many men are really disingenuous about who they are just to get laid. Yeah, and again, you fall back on that problem, which is like, what do you do when men feel bad about being reminded that they're being awful? But they are being awful. What do you do with that? We can't point it out, because then they're like, oh, you think we're bad? Well, then maybe we'll be even worse. Hail Hitler, Hail Hitler, Hail Hitler. And then you can't ignore it, because then they're getting away with it and they're just being bad with no pushback, and it's coddling. Yeah, the I feel bullied really comic. Sorry, but women not having sex with me while I'm in junior year of high school? Sorry, have no choice but to think rape should be legal. What are you talking about, man? I don't really think this is a byproduct, like, authentically of the loneliness epidemic, and is almost entirely the right wing preying on people who are already lonely. Nobody arrives at these positions in a vacuum. Like, this is not like the natural consequence of, oh, young men are lonely, they're all Hitler now. No, of course not. There's been a concerted, predatory, hundreds of millions of dollars movement to target them. And I've been saying this my whole career. It's not just about left-leaning role models for young men. It's about like a massive financial apparatus on the other side that's pulling them towards Hail Hitler, Hail Hitler, Hail Hitler, you know. Hassan mentioned this recently as well. Yeah, he got it from me. Is it reactionary to think porn plays a part in men moving more right? No, I don't think so. This has been a long stream. Yeah, and I have some stuff to do as well. I guess I'll throw that one over to the editors as well. I'm going to read these donations tomorrow. I'm sorry for breaking the streak of reading all of them on the same day, but I do have to get somewhere. I do have to go somewhere. To everyone who donated, I will be around tomorrow, and then I will read them at the end of stream. I know the immense suffering of not having them all read immediately. I'm sorry. I know. I appreciate everyone tuning in. I appreciate you all listening to me ramble. I know this was a little bit aimless and a little bit unstructured, but that's life. I'm since he's such a fan of my content, I am going to throw you over to Hasanabi. Yeah, why not? Take care. Be well. Good luck. I'll see you tomorrow, and in the meantime, make sure to drink lots of water. It's very important.